has many names. I mean, you can call it unity, you can call it God, you can call it chicken in every pot, you can call it completion. But whatever it is, freedom seems to be its central feature. We want freedom. We want freedom from the constraints of the cycles of the sun and the moon. We want freedom from drought and weather, freedom from the movement of game and the growth of plants, freedom from control by mendacious popes and kings, freedom from ideology, freedom from want. And this idea of freeing ourselves has become the compass of the human journey. That which doesn't free doesn't serve. I mean, this has become almost a kind of universal ideal. No one on earth preaches the virtues of slavery. I mean, there may be people who practice slavery, but they have the decency to keep their mouths shut about it because the defense of slavery has become impossible in polite company. Slowly, there has been, I think over time, the growth of an ideal of what human perfection is, first worked on by the great religions, and then sometime, I suppose, around the time of the Italian Renaissance, handed over to secular forces that begin to say, you know, freedom is more than the right to wear wool and pray 24 hours a day. Freedom means the acquisition of property, of the visible manifestations of wealth, the acquisition of information. Freedom with the publication of the first books becomes associated with accessing the database of the culture. Well, what we've learned through Freud and Jung is that the database of the culture goes deeper than we may have anticipated, and that the final keys to the deeper levels are in fact plants that were part of our shamanic heritage millennia ago. So freedom has become basically a project in the Blakean imagination. That Blake called it the divine imagination. We now dream of transcending the constraints of matter, space, time, and energy themselves. I mean, this is what stuff like nanotechnology and virtual reality and this sort of thing is about. We wish to find ourselves in the imagination. Well, I maintain that this desire is a kind of nostalgia for a paradisical possibility that actually existed in the past, and that to understand the human predicament, we're going to have to come to terms with the idea that, which has been around for a long time but not given much coinage recently, that history is a fall, that this is a lesser state than we have known in the past, that all this material culture and all this exhibition of energy control and so forth and so on is actually, these are the toys of lesser gods, and that being integrated in nature at peace with the rhythms of life and death and co-identified with the eternal organism of community, that these were actually higher and nobler ideas that somehow became compromised with the fall into history. And it has to do with our relationship to the lost continents of our own minds. I mean, that's what this psychedelic thing is really about. I think it's as profound as the European discovery of the lost half of the planet 500 years ago. It's that half of the human mind became disconnected from the ego. And for 1,000 years or more, these things have drifted in such profound estrangement from each other that when reunited, the only thing we can map it to is a flying saucer invasion or a descent of angelic intent or something, because we have become so alienated from the collective images of the soul. And while it's true that shamanism has existed forever and ever, and that some people, midwives, shamans, visionaries, schizophrenics, have been doing this in all times and places, nevertheless, it now has a special poignancy, because the official philosophy of our civilization, capitalism, materialism, reductionism, I guess that's it, maybe misogyny is in there somewhere, has played itself out. It's failed. Modernism has failed. Modernity has failed. The rational analysis of matter has led to the revelation of the irrationality of matter. The attempts to create systems of perfect deterministic prediction have led to the revelation of the chaos that haunts all systems and makes all prediction in principle impossible. The prosecution of the dream of a formal edifice of logic to explain mathematical structures and truth has given way to Gödel's incommensurability theorem, which shows you that basically nothing makes sense. Everywhere where reason has shown its light, the greater darkness has been revealed. And so I think a turning point has come in the human enterprise. Childhood's end is upon us. We have to drop the naive assumptions of certain truth, perfect understanding. The conjuring rod of reason turns out to be a fairly weak magic after all. And we have to begin to cultivate a sense of mystery, a sense of living without closure, because that, in fact, is how the world is. The world is a mystery. It's not going to yield to the fragile constructs of the human mind. Some portion may be rationally apprehendable, but the basic facts of the matter are that we do not know where we come, nor why, nor where we're going, nor according to what plan. And instead of seeking a flawed communication with the intentionality of deity, I think the psychedelic religious agenda, if that's how you want to think of it, is a more modest one. It's a cultivation of a sense of wonder in the presence of something which obviously cannot be encompassed by the human mind. I mean, it can no more be encompassed by the human mind than the ocean can be emptied into a thimble. And once you get that straight, you can go back to getting high, staying tight with your friends, making love, growing your garden, and appreciating the felt presence of experience, and realizing that the abstraction game, the high modeling game, is in fact simply a game, and that there should be no emotional investment in these structures. I mean, what I've learned from the mushrooms ultimately is that ideas are for play, and the final payback from all of this is a sense of fun, a sense of humor. The truth, for sure, when it arrives, will make you smile. If it doesn't, you should seek a deeper truth. And so, for a long time it troubled me, this question of truth and falsity. And now I think that it's more like this, that the person who has the best idea, or let's put it this way, the best idea, and that means the funniest idea, the idea that brings the small smile to the corners of your mouth, that idea will win. It will win. It's Twee, the cheerful. Twee treads on the tail of the tiger. No blame. No blame, because the cheerfulness of Twee overcomes the inherent reticence of the world. The light touch is the right touch. And if psychedelics don't give this to you, you may be an incurable case, There may be no hope for you but Martin Heidegger in high doses, or whatever they do with people who have displaced funny bones. The world is truly a strange place, getting stranger all the time. It's more the character of a pun or an optical illusion than it is the world of humorless, scurrying gray atoms and invisible forces that we inherit from nature. The laboratory of being is your own body, your experience. I mean, everything else is going to come as an unconfirmable rumor, so fraught around with epistemological problems that you might as well toss it out at the beginning and not even bother with it. The basic thing is the empowerment of experience. That's why sexuality has always raised such a ruckus among authority freaks. It's why the psychedelic is so unsettling. It's why youth itself is unsettling, because these things cause symmetry breaks. They cause a shift in perspective. But this is, in fact, at this point in time, exactly what we have to have. It may be, that we're going to rack and ruin, but it's not an unconscious process. There are the technologies, the information retrieval systems, the engineering capacities to fight like hell against the dying of the light, if that's what's going on. But the will has to be activated. And the problem is that the people creating the problems, which are the people in the high-tech industrial democracies, people like you and me, are the furthest from the consequences of the problems. Here we anticipate the apocalypse, and it's a theological discussion. You go to Somalia, and the apocalypse is well underway. It's moved beyond the planning stage in many parts of the world, but the parts that we don't go to. And yet we represent, for all our humility and financial difficulties, whatever they may be, we represent probably the 5% of the world's people who have some ability to contact, control, and direct the resources and the technologies that are available on this planet. If you're able to sit here at Esalen this evening, then you automatically are in that 5% classed as, the world controllers. You and your friends, yeah.
Why can't enough people lock into that space with undeniable unity to cause almost an epidemic on the planet of that?
Well, I'm not worried. I think that what is happening is a transformational process, not the bankruptcy of ideology, not the spin down of technical civilization. I'll argue through much of tomorrow and tomorrow evening that history is not our fault, that you no more can blame us for the shape of human history than you can blame a fetus for the unfolding morphology within the womb. That history is the necessary distortion of an animal species to lead it to the brink of an ontological transformation. When we get into this issue of politics, it's a very tricky issue, I think, to handle from a psychedelic point of view, because the psychedelic point of view, as I read it at a fairly deep level, is that it's a done deal. It's okay. You know, basically we're going to make it. We've been on a straight line vector for millions of years with this transcendental attractor that has shaped us, called us out of matter, and is revealing itself through us. But knowing that is not permission for sitting on your can or ceasing to participate in the struggle to create a just and caring society. It does mean that you shouldn't worry, that worry is off the menu, that you don't know enough to worry is one of the arguments to be made. So I think it's basically a case of we need to act locally and think not simply globally, but cosmically. And in our cosmic ruminations, struggle to erase boundaries and to see that, you know, the difference between us and the next species in waiting in the evolutionary elevator, and the difference between life and death, and the difference between pre and post history, these are differences that can be easily erased. And when they are, what comes through is this lost sense of unity and purpose and rightness that we're trying to recapture. Well, that's all I really wanted to say about that tonight. I didn't want to keep you past 10. We'll get together here tomorrow morning, get a good night's sleep. The baths are open 24 hours a day. Thank you very much. Bring your questions, controversies, and whatever, and we'll dig into all this with great gusto on the morrow. Thank you very much. It's only 10 a.m. and already it's been mighty peculiar. Well, did anybody have any particularly strong reaction to last night, or feel that we were started off in a wrong direction or the right direction? Or, in other words, is there any feedback from all of that last night? So I'm beginning to have the feeling that the need to stoke the furnace of psychedelic information is a task that is being generalized into the culture, and which is a relief for me, because it frees me to discuss my own private megalomaniacal concerns, which are this mathematical effort to model history that will probably be mentioned off and on all day and then dealt with in detail this evening. Strangely enough, the novelty wave, or my theory about how history is structured, normally leads me into a situation of whipping the horse ever faster toward apocalypse and millennium. But very recently we've entered into a phase where it's more like you should get out your lawn chairs and learn to play solitaire or something, because at least by the expectations of the time wave, the next couple of years are going to be incredibly repetitious, mundane, pattern-bound, and ho-hum compared to what we've just been through. We really have been through, though from our close perspective it's hard to tell it, probably one of the most profound decades or 5 or 6 years of the 20th century. I mean, the whole slow, catastrophic collapse of Marxism and what it's meant for Islam and capitalism, that all is now in the past, but very dramatic. Yeah, I like talking about my chaotic notion of time, because it seems to me the scientific data that is arising week by week is supporting my originally somewhat far-fetched contention that the universe is getting weirder and weirder and weirder at an extraordinarily asymptotic rate. I mean, just 2 examples in the last 6 weeks, both bizarre. This ice drilling project in Greenland has brought up a 325,000-year continuous record of snowfall. And because of the decay of isotopic oxygen, there's some mumbo-jumbo by which you can determine the temperature of the air at the time the snow fell. So what they're getting is a continuous temperature record over 375,000 years. And they can hardly believe what it's telling them. It's telling them that the climate, the weather has been nuts for tens of millennia. That there are 5-year periods where the world temperature fell 20 degrees and remained there for 70 years and then bounced back. A picture of completely chaotic climatological fluctuation has emerged just in the last 2 months. I mean, they're holding congresses and flying people in and drilling a second core to try to understand this, because it's always been thought that the planet's climates were fairly stable, except that the human factor was capable of perturbing it. Now it looks like these glaciations are merely macro-physical reflections of micro-reflections in the climate that are extremely dramatic. So that's one piece of data that's arrived in the last 6 weeks, arguing that the universe is a strange and chaotic place on an accelerated trajectory toward novelty. The other is much more peculiar, and in fact, it's at a level in the scientific literature where panic has not quite broken out. But are you all aware of this very large object which has entered orbit around the planet Jupiter, and which has broken up into between 17 and 25 objects? This is not coming to you from the Fortean Times and, the Star. This is Astronomy, Sky and Telescope. It's apparently a cometary body, but it's very large, and it has broken up and gone into Jovian orbit. But the orbit is decaying rapidly, and the whole situation is explicit enough that they can say with reasonable certainty that next July 22nd, these objects are going to encounter the Jovian surface with a greater release of kinetic energy than the extinction which wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. The impact, as presently calculated, will occur on the side of the planet turned away from the Earth. But within 6 hours, that side will swing into view of terrestrial telescopes. The amount of energy released in the impact, it will be possible to calculate it by studying the reflected flash off the Jovian satellites. So, what we're talking about here is, in the words of Astronomy magazine, a once-in-100-million-year event. But that's the clue that something weird is going on. Once in 100 million year events don't happen in the lifetime of a single human being. I mean, what are the odds of that? And we also had Marilyn Monroe, the Kennedy assassination, the landing on the moon. I mean, you know, how many once in 100 million year events can you cram into a single lifetime? Well, I don't know what this thing going on out at Jupiter is about, but it's bizarre. It's bizarre that in science now things like chaos theory and nonlinear dynamical systems and these kinds of things, these intellectual tools arrive just as the assumed stability of reality established by Newtonian gentlemen in powdered wigs working through their brass instruments, that all flies apart. And there's just, you know, the heaving oceans of the spaghetti of ambiguity as string theory and non-localization stretches you from here to Zenebel-Ganubi and back again. It's the feedback between the perceiver and the object perceived is tightening. I don't know if this is a psychedelic theme. It's the theme of my psychedelic explorations. I think of the shamanic model as inherited from classical Aboriginal shamanism worldwide, which is a model of levels, that the universe is somehow made of distinct levels, energetic, geographic, however, but that there is an access, an elevator that allows you to move from level to level, and this is usually some extraordinary technique of physical stress production, or in the hipper societies, a pharmacological intervention of some sort. And the information is deployed differently on each level. They're like defined perspectives on the stuff of being, you know, the raw perceptual input of experience. And I really think that and I don't understand, you know, you can't quite wrap language around it, but it has something to do with the fact that we're physical creatures at all, that the mind at its deepest organizational level reflects the geometric principles of the organization of space and time. So the mind as present in us at this moment has been folded and sculpted and shaped into a tool for threat detection in three-dimensional space, because the body is a fragile thing borne along upon the vicissitudes of matter. But when you take a psychedelic, or when you perturb ordinary brain chemistry by any means, illness, high fever, lightning strike, hunger, prolonged drumming, grief, you know, all of these ways, then there is a transition of level, or what Merciliade in this wonderful phrase called the rupture of plane, the rupture of the mundane plane. Isn't that a great, you'd almost swore you'd have to smoke DMT to get together a phrase like the rupture of the mundane plane. Well, but then the organization of the information on these different planes has hitherto been largely thought to be somewhat expressionistic or haphazard, a la the Jungian maps of the unconscious or something like that. I think that there is actually more to be gained by making a strict mathematical model and saying that the shaman is a person who penetrates to a literal informational hyperspace of some sort, and to take it literally in terms of a geometric explanation. Because think about it for me. Shamans are primarily, in their Aboriginal setting, they function in three roles. They predict weather. Weather prediction is very important in shamanic cultures. They tell where game has gone. In other words, they monitor the food source of the group and direct the hunting and gathering activities according to the availability of the food. And then thirdly, they cure disease. And this is very important, and they are incredibly adept at choosing patients who will recover. This would be a cynical way of putting it. You know, they are very adept at choosing patients who make miraculous recoveries. Some of you may know the tape recordings of Maria Sabina's mushroom velada made by Wasson, where an 11-year-old child is brought to her, and she says that she won't shamanize for this case, that this kid is not going to make it. And then he doesn't make it. He dies within 3 weeks. Well, if you're a materialist and of the modern stripe, then the only way you can deal with this testimony about shamanism, about the precognitive knowledge of weather and game movement and the miraculous ability to cure, is to deny it. To deny it and say this is some kind of sleight of hand, or they are very closely observant of nature, and they, you know, in other words, some only this argument that denigrates the thing. But I think that when you actually look at the ethnographic data from all parts of the world collected in the field by people who spent time with the Azande and the Kikuyu and the Witoto and the, you know, so forth, the Kyrgyz and so on, the body of testimony of what we would call paranormal phenomenon is sufficiently impressive that another model has to be called into play. And I think it's that there are ways to push the mind by extraordinary pharmacological encounters or stress into a kind of higher dimensional space. This would be sort of like the idea that the indeterminacy that adheres to matter at the quantum mechanical level, the fact that it displays itself as particle or wave, depending on the questions being asked, that fundamental indeterminacy apparently has to be amplified through every level of nature, including the human level, so that when you get to ourselves, the mystery of ourselves is the particulate, finite, and dissolving body, and the intuition of the unseen, wave-like, infinite spirit, the indwelling intellect that creates the cohesion of the nexus of actual occasions that is the coordinated prehension of an organic system, right? We'll just stop there. Yes.
Let me see if I can get this right. Somehow I'm getting the image of you mathematically decoding the language of the gods in a way.
Well, except it isn't exactly a language, it's more like a point of view. Yeah, well, I mean, what I'm suggesting here is that the magic, if that's the word, or the grandiosity, the power of ecstatic exhalation that resides in the psychedelic is because it is literally a change of dimensional perspective. And you know, well, let's see, I hope this isn't too obscure an example, but in the 14th century, Petrarch climbed a mountain somewhere in Italy and wrote a passage about it and invented the observation of landscape and nature in this single work of art, because people had never done that before. It was an entirely new thing to climb a mountain and look at nature and feel the unity and the grandiosity of it and write about it. And it was part of Renaissance humanism. It was part of getting people out of those dreary, urine-stenchy cathedrals that they've been hanging out in for far too long. So, what I'm suggesting is that, in a sense, the shaman is someone who climbs an inner mountain, but a real mountain, a geometric mountain, and then has a higher perspective, that it's a shift of awareness. I mean, we all are body and soul, spirit, but to the degree that we concentrate on one, we occlude the other. I don't really like the sound of that, because it sounds like you could turn that into some kind of asceticism, which in principle I'm against. But I think the key is paying attention to mental life without bias. One of the things I've been talking to the staff here, because I'm scholar in residence, is Finnegan's Wake. And we've been taking it apart and looking at it and noticing that part of the genius of Joyce in the way the wake is composed is that all terms are transparent. You know, every word, you can see through it to other words, to other associations, to other connections. So nothing is explicit and overt and defined. It's a mental universe. See, the novel can take two directions. It can try to create what's called realism, which is, in a sense, an attempt to duplicate the laws of optics on the printed page in narrative, so that you have, you know, Lord and Lady so-and-so moving about their country home with the crisis of daughter and servants or whatever. But then that's not the world those people are living in. That's the world you would see if you were a camera watching them. The world they're living in is a much less crystalline and temporally defined world. It's a world where memory and anticipation are in a disystolic relationship as the attention of the characters ebbs and flows, focuses and merges. This is what a great deal of modern literature is about. Yeah.
Inside this really there's a non-dualism and that which fantasy.
Well, trapped in artifice, trapped in art. I mean, in a sense, yeah. That's why Proust and Joyce, who are so different, can be seen to be essentially about the same thing. A true rendering of experience is very hard. I mean, this is the great challenge. I think that's why, you know, somebody asked me recently what was I doing with myself, or where was I going? And it seems to me that once you work your way into all of these places, the real test of your psychedelic authenticity is the ability to write a novel. Because what you have to show to yourself, not necessarily to anyone else, but what you have to show to yourself is that you can put yourself into the mother giving birth, the fascist interrogating a prisoner, the child at play, the gangster plotting the advance of his career. In other words, that the human experience is open to you, that you know what it's like. Hooker and priest, saint and sinner, it's all accessible to you. That's the sign to me that a person has really dissolved their boundaries and done their inner work, because the quintessence of understanding is the ability to occupy other people's points of view. I certainly make no claims in this area. In fact, I'm very weak in this area. I learned a long time ago by watching how I play chess that my emotional immaturity is right on the surface, because the way I play chess is I make brilliant plans and then I attempt to carry them out as though there was me and nobody else there. And meanwhile, coming at me across the board is this bewildering series of interruptions which throw off the plan. And I mean, this is the Via Dolorosa, right? The street of tears. And I think there's a crying tradition among North American Indians. You know, stress is what we're talking about on one level. I'm not sure that it may be that there are two ways to attain these places: stress and psychedelics, and then we could have a discussion about whether psychedelics are a subset of stress or not. I mean, that's sort of like whether you think of surfing as stress. I mean, obviously it's strenuous and it can kill you, but some people think of it as exhilarating. There are many ways to perturb the mind. I mean, the reason when we talk about psychedelics, we fall automatically into a vocabulary of travel. We talk about journeys and tripping and that sort of thing, is because travel is how people normally attain this if they don't have pharmacological means, and that's always been respectable. I mean, even among very bourgeois societies like the 19th century England, you know, the summer holiday in Italy was de rigueur, and if you saw a room with a view, you know, this was where Eros and the dark Latinate unconscious was expected to swarm over these pale English women and initiate them into unspeakable pleasures and debauchery. And it doesn't sound half bad, does it? Yes.
You talked about, I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around it, but my question has to do with one of the topics of the weekend, which is ethos versus politics, these kind of inner versus outer, but also psychedelics are a way of experiencing, you know, other planes of reality, or reality in a different way. But it seems as if you're also talking about a way of using that requires some, I don't know whether it's an inner discipline, or how do you use it so it's not just a distraction, a drug,
Well, I think
fetish object.
Well, I think the simple answer to how do you do it without trivializing it is that you do doses that scare you. You know, I mean, these things are not physically dangerous, and yet they are terrifying at what are pharmacologically completely harmless doses. I mean, the LD50 for psilocybin is hundreds of milligrams per kilogram. And yet, if you take anywhere above 25 milligrams of psilocybin, I think the strongest wayfaring soul reaches for the brake pedal somewhere in there. It's amazing how we just skim the surface of this. I mean, and we can't go very deep because language fails. I mean, most of you who have done committed doses know that you go into a realm where it gets weirder and weirder and weirder, and then finally the very machinery of explaining to the observer what is happening begins to melt. And then you are there with it for a while. And then you descend out of that, and the language mechanism reactivates and says, you know, we are now leaving the utterly unspeakable behind. And so it's an extraordinary thing. I mean, the motivation of my career, I guess, is I just can't believe how this much strangeness could lay that close to the surface, and the enterprise of human history be conducted for 10,000 years with people running around trying to do weird things, writing polyphonic music, and, you know, the Rudolphine Court and Hieronymus Bosch and all this stuff. And right under the surface, just a Niagara of peculiarity and strangeness that makes no sense to me when I put on the hat of the biologist. You know, why should an advanced animal of some sort have this curious relationship to an invisible river of imagery running collectively through the brains of all and each? What is that about? And the beauty of it, as in Blake's word, the futurity of it, the fact that in the glistening of the flowing waters of the unconscious, you glimpse not only the square-topped towers of Ilium and the ruins of Carthage and Petra and all that, but you also see the intimations of some kind of magnificent future that, you know, is it in the imagination? Is it directly ahead in the time stream? Is it lost in dream? The whole circumstance of being alive and being a self-reflecting, thinking human being is just too peculiar for words. Yeah.
You say that as far as the terror of this goes and what makes people hit the off button, push the brakes to the floorboard, is that something you were saying last night about lost confidence. Remember? Mm-hmm. It seems like this psychedelic experience isn't new in the sense of a cultural endeavor. Let's call that the discovery of the unconscious. And that Freud, you know, attributed that to the Romantic poets. So would you say that one could see the whole modern and postmodern era of this progressive discovery of this lost confidence, the unconscious, and perhaps it is, as Native Americans would put it, the purification, in the sense that psychoanalysis, the analysis of the unconscious, brings to light hidden aspects of truth of people's lives, or their collective lives, that no one wanted to face, but these things have been layered in the unconscious. So it's a process of bringing things to light, or as Carl Jung said, this enlightenment does not consist of visualizing figures of light, but making the dark unconscious. Can you say that?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question. If you're saying how derivative of I mean, I basically agree with the premise. I would just push the thing further back into time. I think where this all, you know, I mean, it's fun to try and find various breakpoints. I mean, was it Tim Leary? Was it Alfred Jarry? Was it Lautréamont? Was it the French symbolists? Or I've been thinking about this a lot recently. I think that what's popularly called the age of the marvelous indicates the real descent of the Western mind toward the psychedelic confrontation. When we look at the time wave tonight, maybe we'll get around to talking about this, but around basically with the invention of printing in 1440, I now see books as obviously a psychedelic drug of enormous power. The early books were manufactured with chains on them so that they could be bolted to tables so that addicts would not tear them loose and take them home. And the invention of printing and the seizure of Constantinople by the Ottoman Turk set off an age of scientific advancement, exploration, so forth and so on, that led to the discovery of the New World only 500 years ago. And this had the impact on Europe that flying saucers on the White House lawn would have on us. I mean, it was an alien planet that had been discovered, with trackless jungles and temperate forests and people clad in gold practicing strange religions and enormous trading. I mean, it was an alien civilization. And at the same time, the grip of the medieval church was breaking down, and people had a fascination with the bizarre, with the phantasmagoria of natural existence. They were bringing back birds of paradise from Bougainville. They were bringing back carved Incan and Mayan material, codices, all of this stuff. This is the period shortly then into it of the great flowering of European magic, the establishment of the Rudolphine court in Prague, and all of that. It was the age of the Wunderkammer, the wonder cabinet, where you collected together stuffed birds, ammonites, Gnostic gems, bits of archaic detritus, large insects, narwhal horns, all of this stuff. You know, it was pre-Linnaean. It was before the categorical mind had stepped in, and the whole thing was just a maelstrom of individuated data collections. And I think that's where the psychedelic thing in the West became explicit. Yeah.
Back to this man's question about the actual taking of a psychedelic. I think it's real important that it be done with intent, and to kind of ask for or put it out there, whatever it is that you need or want.
Yes, you have to talk to these things. You do it on an empty stomach, in silent darkness, in a situation where you feel secure, which can mean in your apartment with the phones unplugged and the door locked, or off in some jungle or somewhere. But it's very important: empty stomach, silent darkness, and intent, as you say. And then not reckless dose, but committed dose. You know, not to see if it works. It works. Other people have established that. You don't need to do research to confirm that it's psychoactive. You just, do it. And then, there are techniques for navigating through there. The best is a pure heart. But since we can't always come up with that, sweating blood also helps. And in terms of actual physical techniques, singing. This is what I learned in the Amazon, that, you don't always have enough presence of mind to breathe. But if you will sing, the breathing will take care of itself. And the body is an instrument. I mean, the yogins, they got that right. The body is an instrument for tuning through these dimensions. I don't know what it all confirms. Like, I don't rush to embrace any particular esoteric school. In fact, I'm fairly scornful of all of that, because I see how it's used to promote priestly hierarchy and mumbo-jumbo and that sort of thing. But certainly science doesn't have the whole story. I mean, the human body is an incredible esoteric instrument. It's just that I think you need to self-teach yourself. Yeah.
The shaman's perception, which is, I guess that's what you're trying to get to, people to see on that subconscious level. It starts with pure heart, pure mind, because they're largely because their minds aren't cluttered with everything that the rest of ours are. They don't have to overcome the knowledge, the facts, the awareness of the material life, because they don't start with that, right? They start with drugs, and they start with purity way back when. How do you, how do you get past that? How do you get, it would seem to me, in this case, the more you know, the more you know, the more difficult it would be to reach that pure second conscious level where it's just a matter of knowing through the vision of what your conscious will do once the barriers are the neurotransmitters.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I see the logic of it. I had a shaman tell me once in the Amazon, he said, it's not easy for us to do this. It's no easier for us to do this than for you to do it. And I imagine giving shamans pure DMT and stuff like that, and watching them go through it, that, they're macho, they do it, but they at the core are as sensible and afraid as anybody would be. Everybody comes down to a local language structure and a local set of cultural myths, and the shaman's job is to be outside, behind, and under that. He's sort of an archetypal plumber, and he knows where the shit goes. He knows how to repair the system, but everybody else is invisible to everybody else. I think it's very challenging to do this stuff in any cultural context. One thing you find that you may not expect when you go to the Amazon is not all shamans have the great zest for going as deep as possible. There are a lot of shamans whose attitude is you get in, you do the work, and you get out fast, and you take only as much as you need to. It's a question. I mean, which is more important to the content of your psychedelic experience? The books you've read in your life or your genetic heritage? That kind of thing. Teasing this apart, the only way we'll ever know, and this is why I tend to encourage and hang out with the technical crowd on one level, virtual reality is a technology that might allow you to show somebody the inside of your head. And if I could, spend 6 months building a virtual reality, which was my DMT trip, then escort someone into it and show it, and then they would say, that's exactly what happens to me. Or they would say, that was the damnedest thing. I mean, nowhere does that come tangential to anything familiar to me. Well, then this would be wonderful. In either case, you would either have confirmation of a generally recognized reality or a breakthrough to an immense domain of potential creativity where every individual could create their own equally personally compelling metaphysical joyride of some sort. I think, on one level, what we're doing here is something that's never been done before in Western society that I'm particularly aware of, which is we are talking about the psychedelic experience. This is the first step toward understanding it. I guess the first step is having it. The first step is having it. But then so many people have had it who don't attempt to English it. And it's quite respectable to do that. I mean, too much has been made of the indescribability of it. I mean, it's fine to say that, but then decency demands that you go forward and describe it. You're pushing there against the envelope of language. The culture cannot evolve faster than the language. The language is the flashlight that shows the path. And so if we don't talk about something, race, homosexuality, drug experiences, then no cultural progress takes place on that front. It's like it just doesn't exist. So part of what we're trying to do here is to create a dialogue that is not necessarily politically confrontational. Too much of the public dialogue about drugs is all about whether they should be legalized or not. I mean, you can take care of that in one sentence. Yes, they should, and they won't be. So now let's move on with that. But experience, this is probably the richest domain of experience that we have. I mean, you may go on your vacation to Benares, and I may go to Argentina, and we will get back and talk about the restaurants, national parks, and museums that we visited. But far more interesting conversation could take place if I do psilocybin and you do mescaline, and then we get together and talk about the places we have seen. In other words, this psychedelic universe, whatever it is the major datum of experience. It's larger than this planet. Nobody knows how large it is. The further in you go, the bigger it gets. We don't know what to make of something like that. That's the reverse of our expectations. Yes?
You seem to use sound a lot as like a key issue. Like you were mentioning South America, you sang songs. Were those songs like ayahuasca songs or Inca songs or little ditties you were doing in your own self?
They were, in some cases, ayahuasca songs that Don Fidel taught, and in some cases, just taking ayahuasca, I learned, and to call them songs, but one of the things that's so interesting about ayahuasca is that it promotes a synesthesia that's very dramatic. You seek sound, and when you make it, you have an experience which is beyond English by several leaps. The experience of generating colors out of a vibration, so that you go, and a chartreuse line like a neon light descends and hangs there, and then you can move it off, and it goes from chartreuse to lemon yellow, and then you just begin playing with this, and within 30 seconds you're doing something that it seems to you only intelligent insects on other planets do. And
true for everyone who knows you've talked to about ayahuasca?
I think if you can come through, you have to sort of get your wits about you, because ayahuasca sweeps over you. There's stomach stuff, there's waves of hallucination. But once you sort of get your sea legs, you can do this. It's very clear when you're with these shamans that these performances are pictorial, and originally the active principle of Banisteriopsis capi was called telepathine. When Theodor Hoch-Grünberg and those people went in there in the early years of the 19th century, they collected samples, took it back to Berlin, and characterized it, called it telepathine, and then it was later realized that the compound had been earlier isolated from Pagamen harmala and called harmaline, and the rules of chemical nomenclature give the early discovery precedent. But it was called harmaline because, it was called telepathine because the tribal groups using it seemed to have this extraordinary group-mindedness. This is one of the things that I'm keen to talk about, is the fact that telepathy of a sort we didn't conceive of seems to lie very close to the surface in these states. When I think most people think of telepathy as you hear what I think. That's telepathy. That is not what psychedelic telepathy is. Psychedelic telepathy is you see what I mean. You see what I mean. And there is a way to use voice and inflection and tonality to edge people's transduction of the language experience out of the audio, out of the ear mode, and into the visual mode. This is something which is neurologically very fragile in us. It's as though the land is very flat and the river flows one way through the audio processing channel of the neocortex, but just a very slight shift of the inner stratigraphy and the river would flow another way. It would flow into the visual cortex and language would become a thing beheld. And one of the things that's so interesting about ayahuasca is that it contains DMT and harmaline, and these are both brain neurotransmitters occurring in normal metabolism, suggesting that, you know, there is simply a 1 or 2 gene mutation, or the intensity of the expression of a gene already present that would switch brain chemistry toward visual processing. Meanwhile, in the culture, simultaneously, there is this tendency going on. The culture is becoming more and more imagistic. You know, the invention of photography, high-speed color printing, film, we see and we relate through the image much more. So I think psychedelics and media and the predisposition of the neural landscape is setting us up for a kind of ontological transformation of the project of communication, yes.
You know, as you're saying this, I'm observing the way that I'm listening to you, and I'm seeing what you mean. Because through your language, like when you say neurological, I see a picture, it goes really fast, but I'm seeing what you mean. I'm not, that's how I'm comprehending you.
Yes, well, you're embarrassing me by turning the magnifying glass upon the current project of communication, but that's the name of the game.
And maybe it evolves as we evolve, that seeing what you mean.
Yes, I mean, one reason some people have criticized me because I use big words, but I've always had the feeling that if you use big words right, your listener understands perfectly what you mean. And I don't know how that works exactly, or it may just be an illusion of mine, but it's a very satisfying one.
It seems like, in a way, you're working with sound, and you've got in touch with that sound on different levels, but you've expressed it in conscious communication, which anyone's consciousness is somewhat alive. It becomes more conscious. They hear communication or understanding, it all clicks right.
Well, I think people, you know, language is a behavior. It was acquired 50,000 or 100,000 years ago, and I think people don't use it enough. 90% of spoken communication is trivial, and it's very interesting to try and use the descriptive blade of voice. It's like Manjushri. It's the sword of discriminating wisdom. Communication is about discrimination. It's about finely delineating difference. And with this sword of discriminating wisdom, you make your way into the world. And, you know, granted, it's an image of penetration and cleavage and so forth and so on, but what you're left with then is the cognitive enterprise. Yeah, Jim.
After all these years, what is it these days that would make you want to hit the brakes?
Out in the state, you mean? Well, it does this thing on me occasionally, which I call going all Halloweenish. and I say, you know, why are you doing this to me? It's scary. It's probably just my own inner demons. I ride this stuff through, but I always feel like you should never take the sea for granted. And the metaphor we're dealing with here is the sailing of small ships over great and turbulent depths. And I've also noticed, you know, my God, if an iota of pride lodges in your character, it can rub your face in it like you just don't want to know from. And so I respect it. I fear it. And the strangeness of it. Somebody near and dear to me, I won't name them, but just recently described taking ayahuasca, and the dose was somewhat low. So after a couple of hours, they smoked some DMT on top of it. And with your MAO inhibited like that, this is a pretty hairy-chested thing to undertake. Don't try this at home, folks. With your MAO inhibited like that, it just settled in. And he said, you know, it is strange. I mean, when you get the trim, you know, when you get the tabs trimmed and you get the focus right and you can just look at it, you know, he said, it just says, you know, behold if you can, O mortal, the essence of Trigyagmanalanaglakt. And you're just saying, oh my God. You know, once because it is clear that it presents itself through a series of veils, and it's so kind to first timers and second timers. You know, it's like a series of Disney-esque images, but God, once you're into it, it begins to part the veil, and you realize, you know, that the human mind is just like the mind of a gnat falling into the sun of peculiarity. And you say, you know, and then you come back and try and talk about it. Yeah.
I have two questions. One, after all of your psychedelic experience and these experiences of other capacities and abilities in the brain, when you come back to the mundane plane, have you found yourself developing the ability to use your brain in the mundane plane the same way that you have experienced its capacity in a psychedelic plane? And also, do you think that all of this is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg in terms of leaving this dimension, like maybe a near-death experience, leaving the body ultimately through death? And is this all just kind of like just the beginning of that? And you seem to feel that the fear component is important to you. And is it more like a fear of dying ultimately when you get too far?
I think in my case it's a fear of madness. I've convinced myself that dying is highly unlikely. The madness question is a totally open book. I mean, who knows? And yeah, and you do get into places where the only reassurance is that it won't last. You know, as far as the tip of the iceberg question and death and all that, I think, I mean, I have a lot of intellectual resistance in this area myself. I was raised Catholic. I fought my way free of that, as I said, toward Camusian existentialism, and then I got hooked into all this and was just swerved back into a more spiritually teeming universe than I ever would have thought possible. It's hard to talk about. It may be that what the psychedelic thing is that it is some kind of look over the edge. Out of, let's say, 50,000 years of conscious human experience, 49,500 of those years has been lived in the assumption that something survives physical death. And only in the last 500 years in Europe has this become a gradually less and less popular assumption. We don't understand what biology is. We understand some of the details of how form maintains itself, but we don't understand the mystery of the descent of form into matter. And we don't understand, where mind fits in to the loop of causality. So the testimony of DMT, for me, is that there is a nearby dimension teeming with intelligence that from one perspective, one of the more conservative perspectives, seems like an ecology of souls. It seems as though that what the shamans always said they were doing was in fact precisely what they were doing. They always said, we do it by ancestor magic. We go to the realm of the ancestors. The ancestors exist in some kind of super space, but ancestor is a sanitized term for a dead person. And what we're talking about here apparently is that beyond the train of mortal care, there is this super space where you apparently everything is made out of mind. And so, in James Joyce's wonderful phrase, if you want to be phoenixed, come and be parked. Up nient, prospector, you sprout all your worth and you woof your wings. Is that perfectly clear? Well, if you want to be phoenixed, come and be parked means if you want to be transformed and reborn as an angel, you have to die. And upnient, prospector means rock hunter, as in searching for the philosopher's stone. You're a prospector. You sprout all your worth and you woof your wings, meaning you make your own body out of the imagination. And I don't know what this means. I mean, one of the things that interests me is the fact that we seem to be moving toward a transformation more radical than any that has ever occurred to our species before. So radical that in the interests of intellectual fairness, one of the possibilities that has to be put on the list is that we're about to go extinct 100%. And we don't know what that means because we don't know what death is. When you look at the record of biology on this planet, 95% of all species that have ever lived are now extinct. This is what nature produces, are fossils of extinct species. And so then the question then is, we're down here to ultimate values. Are we trying to have what the Catholic Church, with an utter lack of irony, calls a happy death? Or are we trying to seize the levers of the cultural machinery and pull out of the power dive at the last minute and get this baby back up to altitude and sort it out here? What's going on? Or are there in fact any controls in front of us at all? Or are we the hapless passenger in this strange vehicle that yeah.
It seemed all the soul searching and people getting in touch with what you might call the source, that the messages will be coming down as to what you might call the way to go.
Well, that's what I think. I think that it's what I think. It's also possibly delusional, so be forewarned. But it appears to me that history is ever more rapidly vindicating the notion that it is building towards some kind of apotheosis, some kind of apocalyptic apokatastasis. Anyway, something in Greek. And that the people who project the human future thousands of years, they don't understand the asymptotic speed. I mean, you talk to somebody in, like, let's just take a field, gene transplant. You talk to somebody who's tops in gene transplant. They tell you things which just drop your jaw. Then you walk over here to another laboratory and talk to somebody in parallel processing computation, and they tell you an astounding thing. Well, you realize these two people don't know each other. All of this information is vectoring together, and the connections are being made, and it's out of control. No company, no government, no religious group, nobody is in control of this, and yet there is a plan. It isn't a chaos. There is a morphology being expressed that is won't wait, and we all are simply the cells being directed into this archaeological expression of mind. Yeah.
When you were talking before about kind of the Enlightenment period where artifacts were being brought, displayed, enjoyed, and I'm wondering about with the time when in 1996, what kind of cultural manifestations we might be involved in as a celebration of that. If that's making any sense.
No, that makes sense. It might make more sense to other people this evening, but the answer to the question is the parallel resonance between now and then, or between 96 and the past, was the great flowering of the Umayyad Caliphate at Baghdad, which was the birth of modern science through the codification of algebra. And so two things to keep your eye on in 96 are the political fates of Islam worldwide and breakthroughs of a major sort in abstract systems of description like algebra and that sort of thing. Or it could... Well, certainly there were technological breakthroughs under those caliphs as well. I mean, they were the great patrons. They preserved all this. You know, they don't get any credit. We talk about our heritage from the Greeks, but we never talk about how that heritage comes through the Arabs. There's a great book called How Greek Science Passed to the Arabs. Yeah.
Well, you said this last night, and I got it straight. You said that the mushroom said that, don't worry, everything's going to be okay.
I think worry is preposterous. That was Wepo Yang, a 6th century Chinese Taoist sage, said that. Worry presupposes that you understand what's going on. And I think it's safe to say that we do not have a clue as to what is going on. We can't even tell whether it's a happy ending or a catastrophe. We can't tell whether we're slamming into the wall of our cultural limits at 50,000 miles an hour, or we're about to go hand in hand off to the galactic center with the human soul as companion and vehicle. We just do not know what's going on. I think it's safe to say that we're approaching a symmetry break. That whether you're a horrified pessimist or a gung-ho optimist, everybody can see that the make or break point is coming up, because life is either going to get a lot drearier suddenly, or there's going to be some kind of a breakthrough. I don't think cosmetic management of the cultural crisis will work much past the current Clinton administration. This is apparently the last go at spin doctoring the apocalypse. No?
I was just wondering how you feel about the technology behind the AIDS crisis, artifact or fetish of certain areas from those, beleaguered ivory covered towers.
So what do you mean exactly by the technology behind the AIDS crisis?
Well, I mean, what does it represent to us now? A truth or not?
Well, in a sense, I mean, I see AIDS as the inevitable consequence of the ocean-crossing airliner. You know, always sites of pilgrimage were sites of disease conveyance, and any virus worth its salt would jump into this situation and exploit it. Now, as to the darker side of the AIDS thing, in terms of, you know, was this a product of human engineering or human intent or so forth and so on, that's an interesting question, but in a way, it really doesn't matter. It's a product of human behavior, and I don't mean simply sexual or homosexual behavior. I mean such behaviors as travel, pilgrimage, the wish to mix it all up. I mean, think of the gene streaming that is taking place in the 20th century. I mean, I know a Tibetan married to an Egyptian woman, and stuff like that's going on all over the map. So there's all kinds of crises. When we were a nomadic community, the transmission of disease was retarded by the fact that human groups didn't really come into that much contact with each other. I mean, when you're in a place like Terminal 1 at Heathrow, and you just look around you, I mean, my God, you know, I mean, Muslim priests, Tibetan lamas, Botswanan dignitary, I mean, and people are just swarming and swarming and swarming and using the bathrooms and coughing, and in these airliners, when they fly over the ocean, when they fly above 30,000 feet, they recycle the air in such a way that if there's one person who has a problem, 275 people are having their immune systems on red alert by the time you get to Tokyo or New York. Not to rave, but yeah.
I'm not sure, but it sounds like you're talking about, I'm thinking about early Christianity, the abstract. That almost sounds hallucinatory, like a look back toward paradise or something like that.
Well, in a sense, one way of analyzing Christ, if we keep pretty much to the strict orthodoxy and accept the Gospels and so forth, is he presents a shamanic figure. And the unique claim of Christianity was this bizarre doctrine of the resurrection of the body. That was the part that was the jaw dropper. Christianity, working from the primary text, looks very much like some strange kind of biological, magical invocation of some sort. I mean, there is that amazing passage in one of the Gospels where the three Marys, Mary, the mother of James, Mary Magdalene, and the other one, go to the tomb. And Christ is standing outside the tomb, and one of the women starts toward him, and he says, "Touch me not, for I am not yet completely of the nature of the Father." Well, good grief. You know, what's going on here? He is resurrected. He has overcome death. But he says, "Touch me not, I am not yet completely of the nature of the Father." My interpretation, I mean, it's maybe too much to get into at this point, but my notion of what religions are is that this dwell point at the end of history, which is acting as an attractor for the temporal process and drawing and sculpting and shaping everything as it is brought into its light, as it were, has a kind of reverse causality operating. And what Wordsworth called intimations of immortality haunt time like a ghost. And so if you're a Buddha, a Mahavira, a Christ, a Mohammed, you get essentially, again, it's a geometric theory. You are simply geometrically positioned vis-a-vis the object at the end of time, that you become a false reflector of its light. And these false reflectors always distort it in some way. It's the nature of it. It's no rap on them. It's just the nature of it that they distort it. And some distort it horribly. A Hitler, a David Koresh. And some distort it, maybe we like to think less, a Buddha, a Mahavira. But the point is they all distort it. Marshall McLuhan said, you know, our mistake is that we're driving the vehicle of culture into the future using only the rear view mirror. And that's sort of what we do. But then each one of us, you see, we are like Christ and Buddha and Mahavira. We also have a perspective on the transcendental object at the end of time, on the divine. And we work it out in our life, in our psychedelic experiences, our sexual epiphanies, our whatever it is that moves us. And I think really, well, it's just what Blake said. Psychedelics are window washing equipment for cleansing the glass of perception that allows you to then perceive the world as infinite. And also, because this transcendental object lies ahead of us in time, to know it is in some sense very woo-woo, very tricky to English, in some sense to know the future. And that this is, I think, where the existential power or the quality of mimoshness, of realness, comes into the shaman's personality. The shaman knows the future. And in the same way that I, as a 46-year-old man, can advise my 12-year-old daughter and have an immense kind of position of existential authenticity in her world, it's because I know the future. You know, I know that the first love will not be the last love, and I know that heartbreak lies along the way and all this. I'm wise from her perspective. Well, a shaman is a wise person, and they are wise because they know the future, not of the individual only, but also of the culture. And that's why, you know, when the TV cameras arrive in the Ecuadorian village and they boot the medicine man out of his thing, say, well, Jose, what do you think of the fact that the forest is being cleared? The usual reply is, you know, very.
Blake, as you know, also said religion and politics are the same thing. And
Right.
This is a political seminar. I've been waiting to ask you this one. I was wondering if you would entertain a question on what religions are and viruses. I want to talk about the dark side of Christianity, if I could, and go get you to talk about it, if I could frame it this way. On psychedelics, with books, Christianity, or I think a better word is Christianism, as a spiritual ideology, looks like a warfare, a protracted warfare, if you will, against the earth, against the body, against our very humanness. And I think we accept that there are these invisible things called viruses that attack your organic body. But would you be willing to entertain the possibility that there can be a spiritual virus that attacks the planetary body, in fact attacks Gaia? And the reason I ask that is because you remember Porphyry, long ago when Christianity was on the rise, and Neoplatonic philosophers said that he thought Christianity was a disease of the soul, and I think Freud and Jung had pretty much proved the same thing.
Well, long before the viral metaphor, somewhat before the viral metaphor became au courant, Jung talked about what he called psychic epidemics. He, in I think 1934, wrote an essay on the return of Wotan as an archetype of the German soul, and very presciently picked up on what National Socialism was all about.
Well, I'll talk about monotheism and anti-Christianism.
Well, now that's an interesting...
And monotheism and Christianism as the apotheosis, I get to use that word too, the in Western history, Western society, Christianity or Christianism being the apotheosis of the patriarchy?
Well, I'm on one level not keen about monotheism. I think it gives a distorted map for the psyche to emulate. But I also see Christianity as a pretty radical betrayal of the monotheistic agenda. Monotheism, whatever its social consequences, makes sense. It's a drive toward philosophical economy. And so you get down to the idea, well, not many gods, but one God, and it works like this. Christianity is a Gnostic cult of physical redemptionism grafted on to this Jewish theology by Alexandrian controversialists who had a very curious notion of what they wanted to do. I see Islam as a reclaiming of the pure intent of Judaism to conduct a philosophical discussion of the consequences of monotheism, and that all becomes really murky with the mystery of the Trinity and the nature of the Father and the Son. Christianity is an incredibly exotic religion. I mean, other religions are just absolutely straight ahead. They're metaphysical systems with moral consequences. Christianity is about the absolute worship of the irrational and the incredible. You know, Origen, who was one of the great patristic writers, great Christian fathers, they said, your religion is absurd. It's preposterous. And he said, credo te absurdum. I believe it because it is absurd. That's the foundation of the Western mind. All this mumbo-jumbo about reason and evidence, I mean, when you strip it away, you know, it's ultimately a faith in the absolutely, incontrovertibly incredible, the resurrection. You know, and all three, see, the permission for this belief, it's true, comes out of the earlier stratum of Judaism, where an earlier unlikely promise is made, the promise that God would enter history. That's what set them up for this later deal. God will enter history, they were told. And then, so then if you're a theologian of this faith, the question obviously arises, how will God enter history? And, you know, you ruminate on that for 500 or 600 years, and eventually what you come up with is, he will send his own son. He will send a divine manifestation. There will be an absolute union of spirit and matter. There will be a descent of the Paraclete into our midst. And the idea of the Messiah is born, which is an incredibly peculiarly Western idea. I mean, Buddha, Lao Tzu, Mencius, Confucius, these were guys, you know. A Messiah is a horse of a different feather. A Messiah is not exactly a human being, you know. A Messiah is a coalescence of historical force, of great energy. So, I don't know, where are we with all of this?
I mean, these are the same, I don't want to argue it. These are I think there's just another way of looking at it also. These are the same guys we have to remember, the white, you know, male guys, that when we see the Pope over here, we see the medieval painter. These are the same guys that burned Giordano Bruno, the great poet, visionary, and scientist, to the stake because he wouldn't recant. Probably a stubborn Calabrian, I'm not sure about that though.
Well, but look at the reputation they gave him. I mean, Bruno without the pyre is a whiskey priest laying waste to the maids of Umbria. No, I mean, here's my point on this. I agree that history has been a nightmare, and if it could have been any other way, then probably there's some some answers have to be given and some debts paid.
It might have been another way if they hadn't burned all the libraries, sought to destroy knowledge, to the point where in the Middle Ages, when the Christians so-called liberated places like Toledo, and found these Arabic writings about the Greek lost science, they couldn't even translate it because they didn't even have a concept of zero. It's like the barbarians won in our society.
Well, they won.
Would they have won if they closed down the philosophical schools and didn't destroy all the knowledge? Would it have been different? Well, we'll never know because we didn't have the chance.
Well, what I hear you saying is life is tough. Yes, you may have to make your career choices carefully here. Yeah.
Is your belief in this one dwell point to which history is moving a form of monotheism?
Is the form of, well, I guess it's a form of Neoplatonism. I had digested all that, Porphyry, Proclus, Plotinus. I do feel the power of the argument that when all boundaries are dissolved, there will only be the plenum, the one. It has different, it's a very long, an idea with a very long history in Western philosophy. It goes back to the Timaeus. See, my idea of how this thing is working is that boundaries are dissolving. If you want to make one prediction that you can take to the bank, that would be it. Boundaries are dissolving. So any scheme that involves setting up new boundaries is probably doomed. Well, so yes, so it is a kind of impressionistic pastiche that we are trying to anticipate. The other thing is, and this goes slightly more to the guts of the mathematics of my theory, but I think that time is wrapping itself in an involuting spiral where each cycle is 1/64th as long as the cycle that preceded it. Well, if you accept that premise, then you have a cosmogonic scheme where half of the unfolding of the manifestation of the cosmos will occur in the last hour and 35 minutes of its existence. So attempting to anticipate what it will be like as we go down the maelstrom toward the lapis at the end of history, it can only be conceived psychedelically and wordlessly. I mean, I really think history is a psychedelic experience. And, this old saw about how ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. If you carry that through to completion, then all organic process ends in the big question mark of death. And we individually recapitulate that journey. We each will end in death. One of the things that always amuses me is that people are so resistant to the idea of the end of the world, never apparently having noticed that it's a fairly academic question when played against the fact of the certainty of their own death. Their world is going to end, so what's with all this altruistic concern about all the rest of us? We'll take care of our own apocalypse, thank you. You just need to come to terms with your own, because it's inevitable. Somebody yeah.
What do you think will happen to Islam, when the East hits the West and fundamentalists? And I know it's struggling to survive and to reclaim its old territories.
Well, I think that as this postmodern, post-communist thing unfolds, for several reasons, Islam is poised to make the greatest steps forward since the 10th century for two reasons. First of all, because out there in Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzia, an enormous chunk of real estate is poised, and rightfully, toward moving toward fundamentalist Islam. If those states become Islamic states, Islam will effectively double the amount of land that it controls on this planet. The other thing is, as time accelerates, as the weirdness spreads, the global networking, the simulacra, the teledildonics, the virtual reality, as all this stuff becomes more and more prevalent, a lot of people are going to freak out and reach for the button marked return to traditional values. And on a global scale, this is Islam. Christianity is a horror to capitalism. Christianity is not traditional values. Islam is not kidding. And I can imagine millions and millions of people alive today who can't imagine that they would ever entertain conversion to Islam, who will, before the end of their lives, make it part of what they're about, because there is no other traditional system available. I mean, it's either that or what I call consumer object fetishism, which means, you know, the Mercedes, the house in Saint-Tropez, the Rolex watch, all of that. That's it. Diamonds on the soles of her shoes, yeah.
So how about Orthodox Judaism? Or Hasidism and all that stuff like that?
I don't think it, well, Judaism is not a converting religion. You know, you say you want to become a Jew, they send some guy 3 times to convince you it's a bad idea. You're not going to, yes.
In between, you have the Islam and you have Christianity, but in the society, it doesn't seem there's like much words of what you call like the word of truth coming out of the music or out of the society. There's like bits and pieces and fragments, but there's no basic word of it's like what you might call hope or truth.
You mean out of popular culture?
Right, out of, there's nothing really. Maybe this to some degree is coming out, but there's not a lot coming out. You get fragments in music.
Well, I mean, this is why why I associate myself with rave culture and house and ambient music and all that, because that, you all know what this is, right? Well, see, that's part of the problem. No, for years and years, youth has just been wandering in the desert of nihilism and industrial noise bands and that sort of thing. So now out of England, there is a new kind of music, which has different kinds of names. I mean, it's called house, it's called ambient, it's called rave, it's called trance dance, tribal, rap. It comes out of hip-hop. It doesn't come out of rock and roll. In fact, it's quite consciously not rock and roll. And it's very optimistic. The people who are 18 to 28 are the most withered generation in a while. And they are not buying into the consumer object fetishism, and they don't seem to be converting to Islam in large numbers either. And so I think that you'll be amazed and that popular culture will take a very positive turn in the next few years. There's immense energy under the surface. Most of these bands produce CDs in pressings of 2,000 or 3,000 copies, but it's a very vital and alive thing.
In that way, it would seem they might come out with a wave of conscious lyrics that are true, and like somehow in the 60s, you had Pink Floyd pop up, the Beatles, all the groups were coming out, but there was a basic movement, and everyone at that time could relate to those words.
Well, I think we're just slightly premature. If the 90s or the 60s turned upside down, then we probably have to wait till 96, and that the energy is gathering. I mean, I'll show you on the time wave tonight, not that that's gospel, but it does appear that there is a kind of gathering charge under the atmosphere of, you know, this southern white boy eschaton that's attempting to be created. But when that's all over and the hard lesson is learned that, you know, Christ himself couldn't right the American government as presently constituted, then I think we'll get down to a more serious dialogue. It probably involves electing a fascist president, but what's new about that? Yeah.
A mirror. The media likes to hold up to popular cultural mass movements and what kind of distortion happens when people start looking in that mirror. How do you plan to avoid, I guess, what you call the Timothy Leary syndrome, wherein you allow something good and just a few people in the know to become trivialized, banal, and totally commercialized? How do you plan to escape the read?
Me personally? Me personally?
How do you, yeah, I mean, if you connected with the raid movement, how do you...
well, I will pursue what I call the Salinger-Pynchon strategy. This is where, you know, I'm going to become progressively more remote, hard to reach, legendary, and sort of just fade off. But I don't really have any complaints about the media. I mean, if I could get the kind of consideration from Mondo 2000 that I get from the New York Times, all would be rosy in my world. It's your friends who scare you to death in the media.
Who said when he published The Outsider that there was two ways that the society could totally destroy one's creativity. One was by totally ignoring you, and the other one was by recognizing you.
Yes, that's right. You become a cliche.
The 18 to 28 group. My concern is how, what's going to happen to them? You know, and that's where politics come into it.
Well, you know, what's going to happen to all of us? We're all in the same...
Doing for them so that what happened in the 60s doesn't happen, where there's just like this incredible, or being particularly aware of an incredible kind of resistance and brainwashing.
Well,
cult snatching off people, the best, and et cetera.
I don't think we want to get into a wrangle with the establishment over some life or death issue like the Vietnam War. That permitted an incredible penetration of the underground. The great middle class, who was maybe not interested in the war, but also not interested in tearing their clothes off and smoking pot in the panhandle, they were willing to stand by and watch while the establishment really did a job. I think also a stealth strategy is best. You know, you don't want to manufacture 10 million hits of LSD in the dormitory on the weekend and then go for the jugular of society. Obviously, this alarms ordinary people, and they get... I mean, remember when Ken Kesey used to tour the country with the bus further? Well, they had a big banner which was on the front of it which said, "We have come for your daughters." Now, this is great for a laugh, but it doesn't reassure the folks out there in Baboon Wazoo when you roll into town.
Tendency of youth is to be kind of...
Well, and a lot of survivors of the 60s are now in position to help. A fifth column within, you know, all the years of guilt you've built up over how you betrayed the revolution could be redeemed in a single moment down the road a few years because you can intervene at some crucial point. Stoning Bob Dole, dosing Dole. No, I think the Republicans, their only hope of survival is to nominate Perot, which they probably will do. Yeah.
I wish I believed in your writing off of fundamental Christianity, but I see it as such a strong and rational force that I'm really worried about it. I'm wondering why you think it's...
Well, again, when we look at the timeline tonight, you'll see that we are in a period which it has a very strong resonance with the Dark Ages. I think you've probably noticed anyway. So I think that fundamentalist Christianity is rising in its power, but that power doesn't extend much beyond the turn of the century. That there is going to be a last gasp and a final bubble in their attempt to influence the political agenda. But in a sense, their grip is already broken. But there are enormous battles which lie ahead. By the turn of the century, I don't see it as particularly a problem. It's only, in America that this horrible business goes on. Europe is a truly secular society. I mean, they are just absolutely baffled that our political agenda can be influenced so strongly by what they perceive as crazy people, Yeah, rattlesnake handling ecstatics from the hills of Tennessee. I mean, you have to go to Bengal to get stuff like that.
And they're like taking apart our sacred constitution. And you're sitting here talking about...
Yeah, you said crypto-fascism in the brochure, but there's also won't you admit there's also Christo-fascism, and we need to be worried about that just as much?
Well, for instance, this Supreme Court decision on animal sacrifice, is alarming to animal rights people. But the larger issue, to my mind, is that it's an invitation for eccentric religious practices to get constitutional protection. And the Supreme Court even re-invited the submission of the Oregon peyote case based on that. I think, that the election was about this, and that cut it how you may, those people got their asses whooped. They just keep screaming about it because they're bad sports. But, the election basically turned into a referendum on this family values crapola that they assumed everybody would rally around. And instead, that was the final evisceration. So I think they are very poor sports, but that they are not controlling the political agenda of this country. Of course, give the Democratic Party enough rope, and I'm sure they can sufficiently fumble the ball to probably get Hermann Goering elected.
What are your views in as much disbelief as I am that in the anti-papist country of Thomas Jefferson, the Pope could come here and draw a crowd that looks like the Beatle visit of the 1960s, and in the stadium full of all these people crying and tearing at him. This is supposed to be a secular society. Why does this guy get this kind of reaction from the American populace? Does that disturb you?
Well, what disturbed me about the papal visit is I could see that some very, very sly public relations people are going for the same demographic I'm interested in. The way in which it was presented as an outreach to youth, and how, he's in the hood, he's our guy, he's my man, the Pope, my man. I just thought, this is bizarre, but also a measure of desperation. I mean, I just think, this too will pass away. Let's check the time wave. I think it has something more to do with the the captivity at Avignon than the politics of Denver, I think. Help me out here, somebody. Where are we? Yes.
My latest pitch is that the second generation Party Christians are really beautiful kids. They've had really good, straight spiritual training for 18, 20 years. And they don't have anything to do with the institution or strict rules and regulations. And they have a very nice appreciation for drugs and chanting, dancing, and feasting. I think when the raves get with the second generation Hare Krishna, it'll be a nice combination.
Well, see, in a sense, the rave is an attempt to be second-generation freaks, to actually learn from the 60s. I'm pretty positive about, well, it's just going to be a smorgasbord. The evidence is going to come in faster and faster, supporting all positions. You know, things are going to get a lot worse and a lot better, and it's all going to happen simultaneously. I really believe that since from 1945 to 2012, we are reliving in a compressed form about 4,300 years of human history. Very literally, this is not a metaphor. And if you take that seriously, then we have reached 765 AD. You know, that's as far as we've come from 1945. And ahead of us lies the establishment of Gothic Europe, the Black Plague, Newton's laws, the Italian Renaissance, the Machine Age, the European Enlightenment, the discovery of atomic power, DNA. I mean, all that lies beyond the turn of the century. So when people are frustrated by the fact that we can't see what the transcendental object at the end of time is going to look like, I can't say, here's what it'll be like on the great day when it comes, it's because it lies literally below the horizon of rational apprehension. But that doesn't mean that when you look east, the sky isn't streaked with the blush of rosy dawn. It has been for centuries. We're moving toward this thing. It has to do with the idea of human freedom. It has to do with the idea of the dignity, the inherent dignity of human beings. It has to do with the idea of everybody should have 4 square meals and a roof over their head. I mean, it stretches from the sublime to the mundane. It's an idea of how it should be, and sometimes it resides in the secular domain through the schemes of Marxism or even of National Socialism, and sometimes it resides in the domain of religion as some kind of great cleansing or the descent of the glory or the coming of the Maitreya. But human history is the outer shell of the phenomenon. That's one way of thinking of it. So if you find yourself inside human history, then you are inside the attractor field of the transcendental object. And then you just have to find where you are in the historical galaxy. Are you just about to escape its influence and drift off into the interstellar darkness? Or are you closer in to the core and therefore irrevocably locked and irrevocably being moved slowly but with great certitude toward the confrontation and revelation of this thing? And of course it happens to us individually with death. There's no escaping it. But then we choose, in the same way that we're a little dodgy about facing our own death, we're even more dodgy about thinking about the fate of the species. Science has tried to tell us that human history is purposeless. Well, this is a very odd contention, because if it is purposeless, it's the only purposeless and disordered process that's ever been observed. And there it is, right smack in the middle as the sum total of the activity of the most conscious entities known to exist in the cosmos. A strange place for purposelessness to crop up with such a vengeance, yeah.
You talk about how the psilocybin mushroom is responsible for that big cranial leap from the proto-hominid to the Homo sapiens. So do you think it's possible that again, the psilocybin mushroom can play a role for the next evolutionary leap? but some people may not be physical. But
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I don't think I've talked too much about this because it has a sort of funny vibration to it, but sort of following Isaac Asimov's style of writing Foundation and Empire, Second Foundation. If you haven't read these books, these are huge science fiction histories of the future. It seems to me you could make a case that there is something called the Stropheriad. It's great that this Latin word works out this way. And the first Stropheriad was established on Earth 500,000 years ago and lasted until 12,000 years ago. And then it ended. Then there was the historical era, the imperial era, the era of ego, kingship, phonetic alphabets, exteriorized technologies, standing armies, urbanism, architecture, hierarchical structure, forced social role-playing, so forth and so on. And then, beginning in 1953, that would be the year zero of the second Stropheriad, that when the Abraham and Sarah of the New Order, Gordon and Valentina Wasson, discover the mushrooms in the mountains of Mexico. And then, of course, in the 70s, the brothers McKenna propagate the method for cultivation, which turns it from a rare tropical endemic into a denizen of every attic and cellar from Nome to Calcutta. And the symbiosis between human beings and the fungi is reestablished. And it's a symbiosis that leads directly back to a connection into the Gaian mind of the planet. It would be great. I mean, it's a little grandiose for me to claim it, but it would be wonderful if technology would miniaturize itself, if sexuality would generalize itself, if nomadism, electronically sustained through universal issuance of power books and fax modems, were to come into vogue, and an entirely new social, isn't that what it says on the dollar bill? A new social order for the ages would be born, and we could all become an eye floating above our own pyramidal database of uniquely sculpted, virtually real, personal bric-a-brac. I think that the mushroom has an immense role to play in the human drama.
What do you mean symbiosis? What do we give in mushrooms?
We give it hands. It has no power to manipulate the environment. It touches the environment as lightly as a...
Do you think it's an intelligent thing that needs expression through human mind and body?
Well, that's one idea that I have entertained, that it's some kind of thing that blew in here a long, long time ago. And it, as I was saying earlier this morning, we will come to live in the imagination. If you look at the mushroom, it looks like an organism that engineered itself that way and said, you know, let's de-emphasize our bodies, let's reproduce by spores, let's be primary decomposers, let's get out of the food chain, let's spread ourselves as lightly as cobwebs through the ecosystems we inhabit, and see who eats us first. But it seems to have like a database of intelligence that is transplanetary. And we don't know what kind of a barrier space represents to the drift of life. We've only known about DNA since 1950. Presumably, any civilization with a full understanding of DNA could design itself and create a karmaless body, an eternal style, an enormous telepathic capacity. So, the mushroomhood may be something that we're headed for, or at least it may serve as a natural model for a new style of organic existence as the shedding of the monkey begins to be progressively accelerated. It's perfectly clear that I don't think we can go to the stars as hairless monkeys. It's just bad packaging. It was great for the conquest of a terrestrial environment, but if we're serious about taking our place in the hegemony of Galactarian civilization, then I think considerable downsizing and repackaging is going to be necessary for that. And the spores offer a good blueprint for that. Well, I see that it's noon. To your scattered bodies go. We'll meet back here at 4 o'clock, and I'll probably be in the Tubbs part of the afternoon. I'll be giving an interview part of that time, but I'm happy to talk to you anytime I'm around untrammeled. Feel free. Well, let's see. It was suggested to me that maybe we should confine questions to designated periods so as not to break what was perceived by some as the forward thrust of rhetorical momentum and perceived as by others as the unmitigated exhibition of megalomania. Oh, I'm for that. So maybe we'll do that in that which I was sorry to hear that, because questions are such an easy way out. Let's talk a little bit about any loose ends of this morning, and then I'll talk for a while, and then we'll entertain discussion at the end of that. Is anybody disappointed? Are we not getting to your favorite subject, or somehow slighting some side of it that you're afraid isn't going to get its full treatment, or any comment on what went on this morning? Anybody? Yeah.
I was just talking to some people in the bookstore, and I was aware that my experiences are not, I thought everybody had pretty much the same experiences, that with me and mushrooms I have profound teachings, and teachings of things that I wasn't consciously aware of, you know, and like giving really good advice and sometimes instructions, and as well as just kind of awarenesses. So I don't know if this would be boring, because I know you've done this a lot, but I would like to sort of hear a little bit of stories.
So you like stories?
Or
I mean, I agree. I just never know, you know, I'm always trying to calculate. There's such a limited number of hours. So is it okay to swap stories and never mention the Paleolithic, or what gets sacrificed for what? But I agree. I think stories are great, and I certainly don't discourage them.
As you know, as you were talking about before, the intelligence in these substances, the intelligence that seems to be in the substances, which I think is.
So that's what interests you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's what interests me. What I keep going back to is how confounding it is. How confounding it is to rational expectation that a plant can, exactly as you say, I mean, it gives you specific advice. It can color coordinate your wardrobe if this is a major concern of yours. I mean, it has no snobbery in what it will deal with. It's eerily like a companion. I mean, no other, even psychedelic, does that. It's in a sort of a category by itself as an intellect. I mean, on DMT you encounter these self-transforming machine elves, or the gnomes of hyperspace, but these things are drenched with the peculiar and the autre. Often in the mushroom thing, it's very approachable and friendly and manageable, at least on a certain level. I mean, it's like anybody any personality. It has depth. I never know. I mean, is this news to people, or is this ho-hum, and we've been over all this many times before? The mushroom as mind, the mushroom as historical, something which is penetrating human history, changing what it means to be a human being. In my book, Food of the Gods, I argue that it actually shaped human organization out of primate organization, that our bizarre situation in nature, that of being half primate and half archangel, is explainable only if you assume some extraordinary catalytic agent coming into our environment around the time when we were descending from the trees and becoming omnivorous and switching over to becoming nomadic grassland animals. And, you know, the human brain size doubled in 2 million years. The most extraordinary transformation of the major organ of a higher animal in the entire paleontological record. This is an extraordinary, would in any circumstances be an extraordinary challenge to the theory of evolution. The fact that the theory of evolution was generated by this very organ under discussion makes its inability to explain it particularly embarrassing, if you follow my logic. So there was some extraordinary catalytic action that, in terms of the geological record, was like a bolt of lightning. A species, a primate, an arboreal creature transformed into a grassland forager, suddenly, you know, stands upright, begins to perform symbolic activities. Our peculiar relationship to our sexuality and to dominance hierarchies, I believe, has to do with the fact that as primates, we are genetically scripted to have male dominance hierarchies. But for a very long time, the presence of psilocybin in the human diet pharmacologically interrupted that maladaptive behavior and created an orgiastic social style that was very strong glue for group consciousness, because men could not trace lines of male paternity under those circumstances. And so a very old primate behavior was, for a couple of million years perhaps, overwhelmed by a dietary factor. Then, fairly recently, with the drying of the African continent, the mushroom religion and the society that had gathered around it and the social and sexual style that had gathered around it collapsed. And these ancient people around 10,000 BC migrated in yet another wave of migration out of Africa into the Middle East and established the early human stratigraphy that we see in the Nile Valley and in Jericho and other places. And that's the fall into history, because in the absence of the mushroom, the old primate program reemerges. And it's right at that moment, as we break with the African grasslands and as we become sowers of cereal grains across Asia Minor, it's right at that moment that a whole series of maladaptive institutions spring into being simultaneously. Male kingship, standing armies, urban concentrations, canonized law, suppression of a goddess religion in favor of a religion of male warrior figures, the age of Gilgamesh, all of the agriculture, all of that comes at once. And I think it represents a break with the Gaian mind, previously maintained through this quasi-symbiotic, shamanic, psychedelic, mushroom connection, a break with that, and a profound alienation then from the natural world that issues into history. I mean, Gilgamesh, for crying out loud, the earliest piece of literature out of that area that we have is a story about a guy who gets a hold on the loyalty of the shaman and co-opts his loyalty and gets him to help him cut down the world tree. They go off into the wilderness, Enkidu, the shaman figure, and Gilgamesh, the wily king figure, and they cut down the world tree. And this is the earliest piece of literature out of that area. So, and, you know, just to leave no stern untoned, in our own liturgical tradition, a story of that antiquity is the whole Bible story of Genesis, which is the story of a drug bust, essentially. A whole hassle about a forbidden plant, a plant that conveys knowledge, that is, the owner of the garden has decided this knowledge is not for the human beings, and then the woman, the gatherer, the one who represents the old religious strata, the now being suppressed heretical fungal connection. The woman eats of the plant, then she corrupts her roommate, the landlord goes berserk, the lease is canceled, and in the final fade on that story, what we get is, and God set an angel at the eastern gate of Eden with a flaming sword that they might not find their way back. Well, that's simply an image of the desiccating African sun driving these people out of the cradle, the Saharan cradle of this mother goddess, psilocybin-based, nomadic, cattle-centered religion, which was a kind of style that had arisen there and flourished for 100,000 years, and then, the fall into history is real. We are like the children of a kind of a dysfunctional relationship. There really is a trauma of some sort in our past. History really is a kind of pathological bereavement because we were dropped on our heads 12,000 years ago, and we've been trying to sort it out ever since. It explains to my mind our fascination with drugs. Why, it is true that many animals, yes, elephants trample down fences to get to rotting papaya, and butterflies hang out at dishes of sugar until their little legs are clawing the air. But human beings are of a different order when it comes to addictions. I mean, we physically addict to several dozen substances, psychologically addict to dozens more, addict to behaviors, political ideologies, each other, artworks, you name it. I mean, people go bananas in some cases if deprived of any of these things, and show all the symptoms of heroin withdrawal, insomnia, palpitating heart, irritability, irrational decision-making, delusion, so forth and so on. This is because what the extraordinary confluence of events necessary to call us into being as a thinking species was this kind of quasi-symbiotic relationship that evolved between us, cattle, and fungi, where the fungi became, or is, for some mysterious reason still to be discovered, a pipeline into a mind, an intellect, which we can only image as feminine. and can only associate somehow to the environment, to the ecosystem. This is the Gaian mind. This is what the goddess really is. And the goddess is a network of connective intelligence that is operating on this planet. And I think it's not in its essence mysterious. It's simply that what the psychedelic does is it dissolves boundaries. And one of the boundaries that it dissolves is the boundary between community, which is a behavioral boundary maintained by the convention of language, and therefore not as set in concrete as you might wish to be congealed. Between that boundary and nature, there comes, a dissolution. And then there is, lo and behold, not the barren howling atoms of Democritean materialism, but instead nature, pulsating, minded, alive, caring, threaded into the human enterprise, willing to advise you on your fashion choices and investments. And it's an astonishing thing. And we were the great celebrants of that in this Paleolithic world. We were its chief acolytes, if you will, because our glory was the neocortex, the language processing capacity that we brought into the game, because we had been primates in the canopy of trees, with a pack signaling repertoire at the level of dogs or something like that. And then under the stimulation of the glossolalias brought on by ecstatic doses of psilocybin in this context of orgiastic, boundary-dissolving sexuality, this mystery was connected with. And it is exactly the same mystery that you hit at 5 grams in silent darkness. And it's still mysterious, Thomas Aquinas, Heidegger, they don't really shed much light on this. We haven't, in 25,000 years, learned anything that makes this trivial or dismissible. It still raises the hair on the back of your neck. It still feels like the true indwelling of a metaphysical essence. It turns out that all the careful deconstruction of living nature by materialism was in vain. I mean, nature is alive and minded. I don't know what this means. I myself, as I sit here, not loaded particularly, cannot grasp the implication of a minded nature. It means that we're living in a world much closer to the spirit of early Greek mythology than the spirit of our own materialist philosophies. And I suppose that's why there's an argument for being au courant in your philosophical biases, because from places in our cultural canon like quantum physics and chaos mathematics, places which are very like early Greek philosophy. I mean, Heraclitus speaks for chaos, and I suppose Parmenides or Thales speaks for some of these other points of view. Quantum physics, the discrete nature of the world. These things, if you can assimilate them, are very close to what is perceived with psychedelics, but very, very far from the models that are being inherited from the past. And at the very center, you put your finger on it to bring it back around to that. At the most confounding center of this mystery is the presence, the voice, the companion, the ally. I mean, it's crazy. It literally is impossible within the context of the cultural expectation, and yet it's real. I mean, this was what got me on to all this years and years ago, because somehow I had friends early on who said, these plants talk to you. And I just thought, you know, my God, they're losing their marbles. And I would take LSD and smoke cannabis and do these things, and have all kinds of strange experiences, but I never got what this thing was about how the plants talk to you until I got to psilocybin. And then it's just like, but you have to invoke it, you know, you have to speak to it. It doesn't speak until spoken to. They're shy. They're like fairies. Hell, they may be fairies, who knows? They, you know, you have to coax it out, and then it will just come forward. It's the damnedest thing. I mean, as I sit here, a man of 46, earning a living by telling people how you coax fairies out from under invisible bushes, I wonder myself at what the cultural crisis has come to. Nevertheless, it's true. It's as true as anything, and it's more confounding than most things. I mean, I don't know what it means. I've been through the possible explanations, you know, Jung, autonomous psychic entities escaped from the controlling influence of the superego, yes. But when you're talking to a gnome, saying that to them is absurd as suggesting to a Javanese person that they're an autonomous portion of the psyche that has escaped from the control of the ego. It doesn't wash. I think that somehow we, unlike shamans, we haven't taken these worlds seriously enough because we have a materialist basis. You know, one of the things, this is maybe a point worth making, and then I'll stop raving about this, but one of the things that quantum mechanics has secured is the necessity of the observer for the ongoing unfoldment of phenomena. And to me, that means that hallucinations have undergone an ontological shift of status. Hallucinations are now part of reality. They are primary data for theory making in the same way that the movement of the stars is, or the changing of the tides. Quantum mechanics secures the mind as the necessary agent in all process. And so hallucinations are no longer off the table or out of evidence in terms of trying to understand what's going on with reality.
Yeah, that brings up the question I've heard posed before. Sometimes it's on people's minds and they don't want to say it, and that is, why should people believe this Irish raving tall tale of human evolution? I mean, after all, I have to admit, I am awed by your intellectual prowess. I mean, I figure, and everybody knows this guy talking about stories, a guy that can convince his girlfriend to bring his lover on a trip down to Putumayo could talk a whole generation into anything.
Well,
your powers of persuasion are fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are you saying, what is your question? I mean, I agree. I think the best idea will win. In a sense, you're right. The person who can tell the best story, that story will win. But best story is a complex concept. It also means, you know, best formal mathematical underpinning. You get high points for that. Most people come up rather short in that department. I come out of the Berkeley tradition of all-night conversations. I think often in arguments you don't make progress till the 9th hour. And I'm willing to debate all this stuff. As far as my theory of evolution is concerned, first of all, you might suppose there is a large and established body of theory that has to be exploded. You know, what the straight people say about how we doubled our brain size and got culture and mathematics. It turns out, no, they haven't got a clue. There is no big theory which has to be blown up. The best shot the straight people can give it is they say that we were puny and small in a world of the large and the lumbering, And so we learned to throw rocks with great precision and accuracy. They would essentially make the big league baseball player the pinnacle of human evolutionary development, and then say, and then once we'd done that, we had so much brain capacity left over that the plays of Shakespeare and modern mathematics were no problem. Well, this seems, I say, this is hokum, you know, and that obviously they've done these experiments where they raise identical rats in environments which are very rich in experience and then poor in experience, and the ones raised in the rich environment, when, hang on folks, sacrificed, exhibit in the brain slices a much more complex arborization than the ones that were in the learning poor environment. So I think, you know, that one way of thinking about these psychedelics, and especially the psilocybin family coming out of these mushrooms, is that they were catalysts for the human imagination. They catalyze cognitive activity, whatever it is, counting your toes, painting on your friend, playing around in anthills, making funny noises in your off hours, arranging the roots you've collected in different categories. I mean, it just promotes cognitive activity, which you then take back into the group. Yeah.
Well, is there a different effect in the catalytic effect between the fresh mushroom, let's say the proto-hominin picks the cake right off the dung patties, and the dried mushroom?
I don't think particularly. I think you mean like, is the spiritual intelligence present in the dried stuff?
Or is the effect more potent?
Well, the fresh ones definitely are kickaroo, just simply because the psilocybin isn't bound up in dried cellulose matrix. It dissolves much quicker. That's probably what that's about. One of the things that I think happened, you know, I've spent a lot of time trying to understand this scenario of transition from what I call the mushroom partnership paradise to the historical bummer that came down when all that blew up. And I can imagine, you know, as Africa grew drier, it became, the mushroom would have perhaps over millennia slowly faded in availability. It would have, instead of being all the time everywhere, it would go to being seasonal, and then to be only in the rain shadows of mountains and stuff like that. And I'm sure a certain amount of cultural specialization would take place, i.e. you would appoint shamans to be the people who take the mushrooms in order to keep the connect open. And the other thing that would go on is there would be anxiety about preservation, to try and keep a supply available for human use. Well, perversely, the most obvious method of preserving mushrooms or any other delicate foodstuff in that kind of an environment is to desiccate it in honey. Put it into a crystalline honey, and the sugar will draw the water out of it. This is why you hear about the Romans eating hummingbird tongues pickled in honey. It was because the honey made the whole process possible. The problem there in our scenario where we're talking about how drugs shape culture is that honey itself has the perverse ability to become a psychoactive substance, to ferment into mead. And if you've ever been in the tropics and experienced aboriginal honeys, they have a much higher water content than what you're getting at the ANP. And they quickly do ferment. When you're offered honey, it's often a completely baffling and horrible thing that you can't really associate to what you know at home. And as an example there of how drug styles shape cultural styles, alcohol, the fermented meads and early cereal beers of the ancient Middle East, they create a completely different set of cultural values. Gone is the orgies, gone the connection to the Gaian mind. Now what you have is an increased sense of verbal facility and a lowering of sensitivity to social cueing, the kind of behavior you see in singles bars on a Friday night, and a lot of negative imprinting goes on around alcohol, or in the past has gone on around alcohol. And this thing I was talking about earlier, the itch we can't scratch, this fascination with drugs, once the umbilical connection was broken to the Gaian mind in this African situation, then it was just a series of insufficient substitutes. The early beers and meads, opium appears to come into the picture shortly after this time. Cannabis, we have no idea how old it is. To my mind, cannabis, it is the closest substitute for the glue, the social glue, and provides the same kinds of social functions that the mushroom may have provided, and it may have later across Central Asia played a somewhat similar but subsidiary role. And then, the vast, we have explored nature frantically in search of intoxicants of all kinds. This continues to this day. The old style primate dominance hierarchy reemerged, and what it brings with it is moral cruelty, is what it brings with it, and an insensitivity to suffering, and a willingness to sacrifice others for grandiose political schemes, and a willingness to let dogma rule over common sense, and so forth and so on. And 10,000 years of letting that run rampant, and, as an engine of cultural destruction, it can't be beat. The pygmies in the rainforest are no match for it, nor is anybody else. After 10,000 years of letting that run rampant over the landscape, here we are. And strangely enough, then, here we are gathered for the deathbed scene of Western civilization, and as every text is published, every archaeological site excavated, every occult system explored, every drug injected, so forth and so on, comes the news from ethnography, this minor branch of anthropology, that people are taking these drugs, these plants in the rainforest, and making extraordinary claims about its ability to transport you into other dimensions and heal and so forth. And it's like the Ouroboros snake taking its tail in its mouth, and the energy just runs around the circle. History is somehow redeemed, I think, by this return to the archaic. The question of what history was for, I'm not sure, but what caused it, I'm pretty clear on. It's a pathology, or it's a series of behaviors that are a response to the tremendous trauma and stress of the breakup of this symbiotic relationship with nature. It's like a crisis of adolescence, or a temporary psychosis, or something like that. And now, strangely enough, we have gained, through the peregrination of history, a vast knowledge about forbidden and dark subjects, the control of matter, the control of the genetic units of life itself, the building of instrumentalities that can survive flight to the stars, so forth and so on. But to this point, this has all been in the service of some weird Faustian conqueror complex. Now all these tools have to be put at the service of a kind of ethos of planetary caregiving and ecological maintenance it has all fallen into our responsibility. In a sense, we have come of age, you know, child of the earth. Now here is the inheritance. And, you know, there are a few dents in the Ferrari from some of the little episodes we took before we settled down. But it's all ours to make of what we will. And then behind that, this, you know, what is it that Andrew Marvell says in his poem, always at my, the grave's a lovely, quiet place, but none do there, I think, embrace. For always at my back I hear time's winged chariot hurrying near. And of course, behind this level I'm talking about is time's chariot hurrying near. The fact that rising over our world is the black sun of the incomprehensible event of our cultural transformation that has been built into our cultural mythology, you know, since Abraham hesitated to slay his son. I mean, this is our thing, the finite apotheosis of the world. And we've now all these as yet unintegrated, but soon to be integrated technologies, control languages, understandings are leading to the transformation of the human self-image. And really, the psychedelic experience is just inoculating yourself for the onslaught of transformation that is going to be rolling toward you through 3D. It's not going to come entirely through drugs, you know, it's going to come through the culture. It already is. It's batshit weird out there, you know. You don't have to have a bone through your nose to pick up on it. Did you have a question?
I've read a theory that primates rose from 4 legs to 2. Exactly why, I don't remember, but once up in this higher air, the brain enlarged and prospered more rapidly, and the number of neurons in the brain increased so that we now have 100 billion neurons. And that was the real origin of civilization.
The complexification.
No mushrooms.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it is true that if you've ever observed even squirrel monkeys, which are a fairly primitive primate, squirrel monkeys would, if they want to run quickly, will rise up off their front legs. There's a lot of question about bipedalism and when it came in. Some people think it didn't come in until we leave the trees. We were a complex animal, there's no doubt about it, when we were in the arboreal canopy. But we were probably no more complex than the prosimians that exist in the world today. You see, the real challenge for evolutionary theory is not that the human brain could evolve at all. That seems reasonable and somewhat inevitable. But the speed is really shocking. A transformation of a major organ like that, when charted in some other animal order, it occurs on a scale of 50 million years. In the human beings, it occurred in 1.5 million years. And if you're just going to limit yourself to the rules of ordinary evolutionary theory, then when you look at that transformation of that major organ in 1.5 million years, then you have to say there was an extraordinary selective pressure operating there that apparently operated on no other species at no other time in the history of the Earth. And I think, to generalize a bit here, that the undiscussed dimension of evolution is diet. You see, if you study evolution without great depth, what they tell you is that mutation is acted upon by natural selection, and that mutation is caused by gene breakage. and the gene and modification. And the gene modification is caused by radiation, cosmic radiation reaching the Earth. Now, that part of the story is a gross simplification. Gene breakage is actually caused by stress of all sorts. And incidental cosmic radiation reaching the surface of the Earth is only one kind of stress. Another kind of stress is chemical toxins in the environment, especially chemical toxins in the diet. And so if you have an animal that, a species which comes under nutritional pressure, it has two options. It can either go extinct, or it can begin experimenting with its diet. And if it begins experimenting with its diet, there's many a slip before it gets it sorted out. Many exposures to toxic and poisonous substances or quasi-toxic substances that skew the ovulation cycle or affect expression of body hair or cause the retention of juvenile characteristics. So when an animal is undergoing dietary transformation, it's in a situation of extraordinary mutational flux. An example that I think makes this perfectly clear is sweet potatoes are a big part of human diets in many tropical parts of the world, and many primates are keen for sweet potatoes. But orthonovum and birth control drugs like that are made from those same sweet potatoes, from Dioscorea vines, which are grown on huge mechanized plantations in northern Mexico. That's where the birth control hormone comes from. Well, now, here's the scenario. A hungry band of foraging primates comes upon a big patch of looks like our favorite food, sweet potatoes, and everybody chows down, and it turns out it's jammed with these hormones, and lactation, ovulation, menstruation, fertility, fetal formation, all of these things, you just shuffle the deck, folks. You know, you don't know what you're going to get out of that. And if the animals are sensitive enough to the situation to stop eating it, well, then it's just a localized catastrophe. But if they persist, they will be mutational or extinct within several generations. So I think, you know, I'm suggesting that at this moment when we left the trees, there was a great deal of dietary experimentation going on. And psilocybin was a factor in there. You know, looking at us and trying to understand our relationship to the other primates, one of the things that evolutionary primatologists have always noted is that human beings exhibit what is called neoteny. Do you all know what this is? Neoteny is the preservation of juvenile characteristics into adulthood. We all do this. If you look at our skull proportion to our bodies, it's an infantile proportion when you compare us to other primates. Human adults look like the fetuses of other primate species. Our hairlessness, that's a fetal and juvenile characteristic in other primates that fades in adulthood. We retain it. And so forth and so on. This is the kind of thing that we see in other species that are reacting to toxic episodes in their earlier evolutionary history. And we are a funny-looking monkey, you have to admit, and ugly suckers, too. You know, I mean, thank God the estrus reddening of the bottom was suppressed before we got down to the business of civilization. And public masturbation seems to be under control, but otherwise, if you've ever looked at those prosimians and the proboscis monkeys of Southeast Asia, they're just like very ugly people, you know. Anyway, enough about that. Yes.
Any other predators that were likely or subject to happen upon these psilocybins and incorporate into the same conditions as we find as primates?
Well, no. Well, Possibly. I mean, see, the thing is, animals tend to specialize their food supply. An animal will not explore a new food unless it's under nutritional pressure. I don't know if there were other animals, you know, being pushed out of that same environment. A sort of parallel family that, if the primates hadn't seized the golden ring, might have gotten somewhere. I forget what they're called, but the raccoons. The raccoons have a pretty advanced optical system, a pretty adaptable hand, a reasonable level of socialization, and you know, would make a cute movie, I suppose. What? Bears also have been suggested as one of the lines from which an intelligent species might emerge, yeah.
What's the natural history of these mushrooms in the wild? Can they just decompose eventually, or insects eat them?
Well, they persist. They are not the kind of mushrooms that auto-digest. You know, some kinds of mushrooms just turn into slime. Most of the psilocybin mushrooms, especially the more palatable ones, persist. And, well, you should understand that the mushroom that you see, which mycologists call a carpophore, is just a small part of what a mushroom is. A mushroom is really a very fine network of spider-like material, cobwebby material that's under the soil. And it can stay like that for decades, no problem, growing, vegetatively propagating itself the way a houseplant is vegetatively propagated. No sexual reproduction involved there, just an individual getting bigger and bigger. Last year, you may recall, they reported some of these mushroom clones that were acres in size and weighed more than a sperm whale, and were in fact the world's largest organisms, were these enormous fungal individuals sleeping in the Oregon forest for uncounted eons, dreaming, you know, nightmarish dreams that were, no, I'm sorry. What? I know, the mind boggles to the point where I lost my thread in the thing. Oh, the natural history of the mushroom. So then, what I was saying, the mushroom is like something that happens when this fungal mat, this mycelial network, gets in the mood for sunbathing and sexual thrills. And so then it undergoes dikaryotic self-expression. The genetics of fungi are somewhat complex to the point where I never really have understood it myself. They're not like you and me, let's just put it like that. And then it fruits. It fruits, that's what the carpophore is, it's also called a fruiting body. And in a Stropharia cubensis mushroom, a single mushroom can shed up to 3 million spores a minute for 6 weeks. And so, you know, it's a truly astonishing deal. And they're at the bottom of the food chain. They're primary decomposers. If you were a Buddhist with a hyper degree in molecular biology, you were trying to design a karma-free body, you would have to become a fungus, because they are the only blameless members of the food chain, because they exist on dead matter. They don't destroy anything. They don't live off living material. And the spore is this tiny microscopic capsule of genetic material that is surrounded by an organic layer of material that's as electron dense as many metals. And I maintain that these spores in fact percolate through space, that they can survive the conditions of extraterrestrial environments. If you want to store mushroom spores, you essentially store them in liquid nitrogen. It's about as outer space-ish as it gets. And you can calculate, you know, if a single mushroom sheds 3 million spores a minute, for 6 weeks, I'm telling you, there are a lot of spores being shed into the terrestrial environment, and then they percolate, and some percolate out into the outer atmosphere, where they become involved in highly energetic events that actually detach them from the terrestrial environment. And I think one of the easy predictions you can make, it's like a knockoff, and yet it would be the cover of Time magazine. It's perfectly obvious that space is no barrier to certain viruses and spores, and that one of the future revolutions of biology will be, this will somehow be proven. It's always puzzled me, and some of you have heard me talk about it, that psilocybin is an indole which is phosphorylated in the 4 position. This is chemist talk, but the important thing for our discussion is it is the only 4-substituted phosphorylation of an indole on this planet. And that's very weird. Why? You know, the way it would expect chemical evolution to work is if you have molecule A, then you should find molecule sort of A, and nearly A, and A plus 1, and A plus 2. But here's a molecule just boing. It has no near relatives. I think, you know, one kind of mentality looks for extraterrestrial life by sifting for radio signals with the telescope. I think one way to look for an extraterrestrial thumbprint would be to make a thorough molecular category of the categorizing of the molecules on this planet to see if there's anything that looks like it blew in from somewhere else. And psilocybin would be a strong candidate. What is it doing in some 40 species of mushroom? There are hundreds of species of mushrooms which do not contain psilocybin, proving, therefore, that psilocybin is not somehow a necessity for fungal existence. Well, then, if you believe that evolution operates with a certain economy, then why do these 40 species furiously dedicate a major portion of their metabolic budget to making a metabolite that seems to have no purpose? I think when we finally if we ever tease apart this psychedelic thing, what we'll discover is it's an interspecies communication system, that life is a seamless web of signal transduction, and that we somehow have become isolated from this process by our historical pathology. And so for us, the voices have grown mute. We can't get the signal. And consequently, you know, it's a pretty grim road to hoe. There's a curve with the introduction of every drug of great expectation. I mean, once it was Milltown, and then, you know, Valium, and then something else. And usually once as your data sample swells, you begin to see the negative effects of these things. I'm sort of not the person to ask this, because I'm very, some people have said, blindly prejudiced in favor of plants. But I just think human beings have evolved in the presence of living systems, and that's a very good filter to pass drugs through. The question, do they occur in living systems? I mean, God knows there's enough stress built into modern life. It's like a stress production machine. I'm constantly trying to tell myself that, you know, we're having a good time now, and that this is what it's all about. If I may go off on a tear here, I followed with interest the crop circle phenomenon in England, and recently a book has been written by an American called Around in Circles, And it basically, it buries the crop circle phenomenon. If your metaphysic was hanging on this, you better head for cover in a hurry. But the most interesting figure to me in the controversy was this British meteorologist, Terence Meaton, who at the beginning his position was, this is the wind. These things are vortices caused by heat convection, and they are capable of swirling the wheat into these patterns. He was, you see, a reductionist. He was saying there's nothing unusual going on here, so forth and so on. Well then, as the phenomenon got rolling, the circles became more and more elaborate. And Meaton, always being asked by the media to explain these things, came to insist that once he eventually electrified his vortices, and they became plasma vortices, a rare natural phenomenon disputed by some whether it even exists or not. And once he had in place the concept of the plasma vortex, no matter how elaborate the crop circles became, straight lines, triangles, triangles in triangles, Meaton could always explain that if you were cognizant of the higher mathematics which ruled the world of plasma physics, this was all perfectly straightforward and in fact predictable from theory. And this went on until the BBC made a crop circle and then took him out to it and got him to certify it as genuine and to lecture on the various features which made it impossible for human beings to create such a structure, and then revealed to him that it was in fact artificial. Now, if you'll repeat your question, I'll connect this up to it. Well, that's an interesting question. So far, we've had this cheerful little scenario where the monkey descends to the bottom of the tree empty of tummy, and lo and behold, here is this mushroom. And I called it, I think, an extraordinary confluence of events, or some weasel term like that. What I was skirting around is the issue of, was this simply a wonderfully fortuitous confluence of events, or was this a thickening of the plot? Was this a bringing together of two elements that had been designed to meet each other in the councils of the Galactarians eons before, somewhere else? I don't know. It does appear to be a viral catalyst for technological civilization. You know, you give it to a monkey, and 15,000 years later, they're landing instruments on their nearest planetary neighbor. I had a professor in college who said what he thought it was all about was that someday flying saucers would visit the Earth, and they would take all the fissionable material away. And they would just then explain that human history was a project to concentrate fissionable material for their purposes. And now, thank you very much, you know, and you people can go back to, you know, picking fleas and beating each other's brains out as far as we're concerned. You know, we do that. There's a technique for extracting gold out of very low-grade gold ore, where what you do is you crush the gold into a watery slurry, and then you infect this gold, muddy gold-laden water with a kind of bacterium that concentrates gold in its body tissues. And then you stir this up and cook it up, and then you just skim off the bacteria and harvest the gold out of their body tissues. So, you know, yeah, I actually lost the thread of that. My point was that if you're committed enough to a hypothesis, no matter how the data can twist and turn, you can fit it to the hypothesis. I find it possible to entertain the idea that the mushroom actually is some kind of extraterrestrial thing, I mean, after all, we don't really know what the nature of the cosmic situation is. We don't know whether life arises wherever conditions are okay. We don't know how chaotic the universe is. Like, do most planets get 100 million year shots at stability where they can get higher animals together before some comet or geomagnetic reversal or something flips it over? I do think that if you were an extraterrestrial and you had an ethos of non-invasiveness and you wanted to have a very low-key interaction with an intelligent species, the way to do it would be to come at it through an intoxication. You know, you don't appear with trillion-ton beryllium ships over major cities. You know, we have been studying you for 50,000 years. I don't think it's done like that. I think it's more like you find a dimension in the cultural world of the species you're trying to study where weirdness is sanctioned. And then you set up your lemonade stand in that world. In this case, the world of psychedelic intoxication. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure it's all about their purpose. You know, like everybody assumes their purpose is to communicate with us. It seems to me if their purpose is to communicate with us, they could have just communicated with us. Their purpose appears to be to influence or to observe. My purpose is to tell all secrets. I'm at war with the keepers of the secrets. It's one way of looking at it. I don't think they've done it to another species. It seems that, you know, what they are is they're meme traders on one level. And they've blown in here, and they have this intentionality to communicate. The content of the DMT experience is where this contact becomes much more explicit, more puzzling, more alien, and more strange. What's happening on psilocybin usually is a voice, and a voice you can handle. Because if it doesn't speak in English, you can't understand it. So it must operate within a certain narrow band of rational apprehendability, or you lose it and it makes no sense. On the other hand, a visual input can go off the beam of rational apprehendability and you're still looking at it, you know, as it loses coherency and tentacles sprout and chelicerae snap and hexagonal eyeballs roll by, and then it gets its fix back on. So, oh, excuse me for a moment, I nearly lost my face, as it were. The content of the DMT thing is really puzzling. I mean, one of the motivations for my career is to get other people to check it out, because here is truly confounding data that you don't have to make an expedition to the heart of the Amazon or battle your way through hours of waves of nausea in dark spaces chanting your mantra obsessively. I mean, when you smoke DMT, 30 seconds later, you're in the presence of the unspeakable and the show is going full blast. I mean, these tyke-like, self-transforming machine elf things that rush forward to exhibit their rhetorical skills in a three-dimensional language that you look at rather than hear, and they offer you, you know, the technological artifactory of another dimension. Fabergé eggs and Ming Dynasty orreries and just the most amazing fabricated objects which they make out of language. They demonstrate language in another dimension. That's why I really think that part of what we're moving toward is technological only in the most fundamental sense. It's going to arise out of the body. The project of language in human beings is only partially completed. It doesn't have to stop at little mouth noises. there's a way to pass over into something more grandiose, more enclosing, more boundary dissolving, more emotionally intense. Well, what I always tell to people who are really dedicates, and it's deep advice, is, go to the Amazon. And the mere act of placing yourself in the Amazon is pretty psychedelic in and of itself. And then, as you make your way through these colorful personalities that are the Peruvian people and their medical practitioners, all kinds of adventures happen. And then eventually, if you're lucky, you actually get to the good brew, and it will sweep you, just knock your pins right out from under you, sweep you screaming into the cataracts of perturbability. Well, it may be. I mean, you have to take a number if you want to accuse me. You just don't elbow your way to the front of the line like that. I don't have any problem with the idea that dance is the primary, is a primary language. Cognitive activity is the term that I prefer. Clearly, we had an animal existence of a very limited number of concerns, not to be killed, to feed our children, to get sufficient sex, and like that. And then we broke through to something else, and self-expression. And I think people danced for each other, did glossolalia for each other, body painted, made faces, did all of these things. And for a long, long time before meaning was invented. And the reason language got a special position in all this is that it's easier to make small mouth noises than it is to dance. It's easier to make small mouth noises than it is to make faces or gestures. So it was an energy economy thing. But self-expression comes out of the body. And dance, you're probably right, very well was primary. I think where my fetish lies, if there's a genuine accusation in all of this, but as like any fetishist, I will defend it, is for the visual. People say, why do you always insist that you have to have hallucinations? Why are you so bent about the visual connection? Well, the answer is a voice in the head or a funny bunch of thoughts. Like for me, that's what LSD was. It was for very odd kinds of thinking. But all of these things could be generated out of my own psyche. But I am pretty familiar with the inventory of my psyche as far as its image bank is concerned. And because it's drawn like yours is from the culture, It only stretches so far, from Hieronymus Bosch to Andy Warhol and all the themes in between. Well, so then when you turn on psilocybin and you get these bursts of I've never seen anything like that before, then that convinces me that this is the real McCoy. So the fetish for the visual is pretty real, I think. The object fetishism, these things aren't exactly objects. You have to understand that we download through many levels of compression in order to sit in this room and talk about such outlandish things. I mean, I describe them as objects like Fabergé eggs made of agate, chalcedony, and ivory. But I could just as easily have described them as puns, interlocking in a dance of casuistry, reflexive meaning, and teleological entendre of great satisfying depth. Something like that. You see, because they're both and. These things exist in another dimension. And if I don't do the best job. I mean, if I could make it weirder for you, I would. People say, you know, you evoke images very well. Sometimes that's the defeat of rhetoric, because what we're really talking about is, in fact, so hard to invoke. We're really pushing the envelope of language. It really frustrates me when people have psychedelic experiences and don't talk about them, because to me, that's what they're for. They're to fertilize the enterprise of communication. It's to be talked about, and if it's not talked about, it's sort of like seeds which fall on sterile ground. Yeah. Well, I've heard it. This is also said about the Maya. It was said even about the dinosaurs, which doesn't mean it can't happen. I don't know if I believe it ever has happened. Obviously, I believe in principle it can happen. I believe, you know, it has always seemed to me that this used to be the motivation for my LSD taking. It seemed to me that you could sit down in a room with someone and begin to, this is maybe what I'm trying to do with you, but we never get there. Sit down in a room with someone and begin to have a conversation that would take it apart. Take it apart and leave nothing there. You know, at the end, no guru, no method, no teacher, and no nothing else either. I think that the world is held together by a misunderstanding, and that if you could overcome that misunderstanding, it would just fold up and deconstruct, and that in a sense this is what the concept of enlightenment is. I think it's a series of insights or thoughts or revelations, one which projects forward into another, which leads you to just say, oh, it's not this, and it's not that, and it's not this, and then, yeah. Well, I guess the mundane plane is the misunderstanding. And I guess then if we analyze the mundane plane, we see what constitutes the misunderstanding. A belief in three-dimensional space and time, a belief in the finite life of the organism, and then the rupture of the mundane plane leads to this kind of Platonic superspace where there seems then to rest incontrovertible truths. They are not truths approached by logic and argument. They are self-evidently true. So they're either true for you or they're not true. And shamanism then sort of views all this very optimistically, takes the existence of this transmundane world as a higher world, a world in which healing can be done and the community can be made to cohere. And the shaman is essentially a technician, wiring and repairing and moving behind the board of culture, keeping all these little lines open and together. Is that where your interest lies? Well, yes, I see. So apparently, it seems to me that it looks like mind is something that, if we were to make an analogy, it's somewhat like sulfur, in that sulfur has this weird quality of having two melting points. You have solid yellow sulfur and you heat it and it melts. But then you keep heating it and it turns back into a solid. And you continue heating it and it melts again. This is a curious property of sulfur, but not magical. The human mind seems to me to be like that. It's something that in the mundane plane, it has collapsed down into a tool for threat detection and social account keeping. basically. But when you go alone or with your nearest and dearest to wilderness or places where you feel secure, and you perturb the chemical foundations of consciousness, then this is the equivalent of heating the sulfur, and lo and behold, a new geometry is cast out of the fluid mercury of the psychedelicized mind. And I think I said this morning, I really favor a geometric model. I think that the shaman's power comes from the fact that the shamans really are seeing things from a higher dimensional perspective, that that's not a metaphor or an analogy, that that's the voice of mathematics speaking. And because as I analyze the history of biology and higher animals and culture and so forth, what I see as a continuous theme from the very beginning is the conquest of dimensionality. Life conquers dimensions. Life begins as a fixed slime in one place with no eyes, no ears, no nothing, and it evolves tactile awareness. Then it slowly becomes, through the sequestering of pigment-sensitive cells onto its surface, it acquires the notion of a gradient of light and darkness, and then through the formation of lenses, it's able to stabilize an impression of the exterior world. It evolves progressively with more advanced forms of locomotion. Eventually it evolves memory and complex cognitive interior maps for anticipating the future. This is a description of a strategy for the conquest of dimensionality. And I think really the shamans are the people among us who represent the next evolutionary level. They're people who have learned to do what we can't do, to come and go from hyperspace, whatever it is, an informational superspace that exists inside the psychology of the individual and the group that we can't even see, because we're materialists, fixated on the topological surfaces of the three-dimensional manifold, which is only one level in the onion of reality. These shamans have moved over to another level, but I think they are the paradigm for a new authentication of the human experience. And it's all about experience. This is what we clearly have wandered too far from. We are too in our heads. The consequences of a phonetic alphabet, monotheism, modern science, Greek aesthetics, yada, 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 is just to move us too far from experience. And so then this compensating thing is coming back in, and the shaman is the paradigmatic figure. And when you analyze what shamanism is, the psychedelic experience is revealed to be the sine qua non of this lifestyle. I've fiddled with screenplays. My objection to most visions of extraterrestrials is people don't understand. Extraterrestrials are not mundane. They don't want our beautiful women. And they don't have a fascination with our gross industrial output. The real trick with an extraterrestrial is to know when you're in the presence of one, because it is going to be so strange and of such a different order of magnitude in many parameters that the trick is recognition, I think. I mean, eventually we may come to see that many life forms that we are not all to be traced back to one blob of germplasm, that, the warm pond theory. I think the warm pond theory is in for serious revision. I think interesting genes have blown in here every once in a while over the millennia as the Earth has ground forward, and of course those genes get embedded in living systems. The mitochondria, which power the animal cell, were originally free-swimming bacteria. that got into a symbiotic relationship with some kind of membrane-like matrix, and before they knew it, they had been incorporated as subcellular organelles of a larger system. Mind that this doesn't happen to you. Yeah. Well, isn't it? It's the role of the artist. It's to stretch the envelope. It's to bring the news from the edge. I mean, the musician, the shaman, the smith, the physician, these were all originally combined, you know, because the mystery of creation and the mystery of the human body, this was all spun together. That's why when people say, you know, what is the proper response to the culture crisis? I think the response is to shamanize. And that means, you know, to help with the healing, to explore the invisible world, and to make art. To try to make art. To try and anticipate the revelatory process by which the transcendental other is drawing the historical matrix into an ever clearer reflection of its identity, whatever it is. I mean, it's going to come through us somehow. We invoke it. We're boring toward it through the mountain of human history. It's boring toward us. We can anticipate it. It senses us. This is a real relationship here, but it's a relationship where illusion must be shed and shed and shed about what the other is. Well, it's not clear. As I say, it's not clear what the intent is. After all, what we now take to be the great canon of Western art were basically a fairly self-indulgent bunch of courtly types spiraling around producing public relations flackery for royal families. I mean, there are different ways of looking at the artistic enterprise in each time and place. Well, I maintain history as a self-limiting process, and that you can see the end from here. You know, you have to have a pretty complicated rap to deny that we are in some kind of unusual situation here, folks. Well, that suggests to me that this is awfully close to the surface of ordinary metabolism, considering what a shocking shift of consciousness it is. I mean, millions of people go to the grave without ever having a DMT trip unless they have it at the brink of the grave. That we don't know about. But the idea that in a dream such a shockingly extreme physiological response could be elicited means I'll bet if we could do human work with DMT unfettered in an environment of biofeedback and that sort of thing, that you could teach people to have this experience. Well, that may be what it's all about. It is, you know, a non-invasive, non-drug technique for just opening up a portion of your brain that somehow cultural abuse has closed off to us, and that if we could access it, that would be the dream time, and that would be the entry into the domain outside of history. The Seth material. Well, I used to say if you can do this without drugs, you're probably mentally ill. I tend to take a hard view of it. I don't exactly understand the razzmatazz that surrounds it. I mean, I've talked with many entities. I've never felt the need to establish the spelling of their English name, or, you know, this wish to name the entity puzzles me, or whatever. But I didn't then write a book and go on Opry and say that I was channeling Dorothy and that the world should pay attention. It seems to me a curious relationship to your own mental life, that you would say you were a channeler. I mean, it's just, these are the things we think, and it's a way of casting it. For instance, it never occurs to me, or it doesn't seem to me a very interesting question to say of the mushroom, is it the same person each time? I mean, what a joke. It's some kind of enormous intellectual agency. It's not a human being. That's the thing. The channeling, I guess my take on channeling is, and it will come out maybe tonight when we talk about the time wave, is that the real skinny is that you have a connection to everybody who ever lived. And there's a way of tuning your internal machinery in such a way that, you know, here comes Marie Antoinette, or here comes Beethoven. But it isn't that Beethoven is a relative of yours, or still less that you were Beethoven. I mean, how likely is that, for crying out loud? It's simply that they're all there in some cultural superspace and can be reached and called down. I mean, they're an idea. Beethoven is an idea. You know, his grumpiness, the hands behind the back, the da-da-da-da, we know Beethoven. And so he lives in some kind of superspace. And I think people are just much too literal. I have this trouble with channeling and with flying saucer people and with the fans of Great Atlantis and the people who believe that, you know, lantern-jawed Neanderthal visages 10 miles high are gracing the deserts of Mars. All of this, the attraction of this kind of thing completely puzzles me because it's so hokey. And if you want the real thing, you know, it's just 5 dried grams away. The real thing. I mean, so that, you know, you will have done with anecdotes by the denizens of trailer camps in Florida about, or all of this other stuff. I mean, it's not that the woo-woo isn't out there. It's that it's so much more woo-woo than the beady-eyed peddlers of it assume, that they just have no idea of what they're playing with. The New Age generally, I find, somewhat obnoxious because it's a flight from the psychedelic experience. I mean, what you can safely say about the New Age is if a technique doesn't work, they'll proclaim it. And it's certain, and I'm very much in favor of anything which breaks down the conceptions of ordinary medical practice. That's the most important part of the New Age. The attack on the medical fascism of the hierarchy. But people confuse science with reason and think that if you're anti-science, then you're somehow just permitted to go bananas. No, you can be anti-science, but nobody gets released from stuff like the rules of evidence. You have to make sense. Your position, whatever it is, just can't be sky blue. And you should then expect to be treated with the same respect as somebody who's gotten themselves epistemologically together and ontologically oriented. I mean, there are flaky ideas in this world, and that people associate me with the New Age because that was the only place where I was originally tolerated. But I really want my ideas to be tested in the ordinary way, by the ordinary methods. I mean, I offer a mathematical formalism, and then surrounding that, a bunch of arm-waving verbal exegesis. The core thing is the mathematical algorithm to be tested by the ordinary rules of evidence and falsification, and you can read Karl Popper to figure out what all that's about. I love science. I just think it's incredibly pretentious and has claimed too much. Its methods are great. its constipated conservatism is maddening, because what it deals with is the most interesting thing there is, nature. Nature is very, very interesting, complex, and permits all kinds of radical speculation about what has happened. It's just that science is also a business, and also a priesthood, and also a men's club, and also the plaything of certain classes. So all that has to be overcome. My method, I suppose, if method is the word which I would share with you, since this question about the New Age came up, is not to embrace things which are simply outrage bourgeois sensibilities, but to explore edges, to test edges yourself. That's the important, yourself. You don't learn about Tantra by reading about Tantra, or Ibogaine by reading about Ibogaine. You know, you have to go and do these things. And what you will discover is, you know, you will be fleeced a few times in your youth with this method, you know. You'll get in with some flying saucer cult or some beady-eyed guru and his fanatical devotees, but eventually you'll learn the neighborhood, and you'll become street smart, and you won't be a mark. That's the goal of a real spiritual method, is to not be a mark. And then when you get that together, lo and behold, you would think this would lead to cynicism. Because you say, well, I went and I stayed with Babaji and he was a jackass, and then, you know, I joined the Unitarian, Uniformitarian, Unifunctionalists, and that was just a scam, and so forth and so on. You would think it would lead to cynicism. Not if you keep to the edges, because eventually you're going to come to psychedelics. And then, lo and behold, jackpot, the real thing. Weirdness beyond all possibility to comprehend. You know, you have just won the Publishers Clearing sweepstakes of peculiarity. Yeah. I had this happen in the 60s. I got into a place with LSD where I had this LSD, and I would give my friends one, and I would excuse myself, and I would take one, and then I would excuse myself to the bathroom and take 5 more. And then I would end up holding their hand all night long, and I felt weird about it. I felt like, you know, where is all this stuff going? It's like it's not working. And when that happened to me, I just said, it's time to dry out for a while. And I did, and then everything worked normally later. One of the weirdest things I've encountered is about 1 in 20 people don't react to DMT. And it looks genetic to me. I mean, I can't believe you could resist that. If it's coming at them the way it comes at me, nothing could stop it. And yet they will do it and take, you know, enormous inhalations and then say, is this it? Or, I don't know, it's kind of strange, but it doesn't seem, and you're just like, oh my God, what is this? So, and one thing to bear in mind in all of this is that we talk a lot about the mental effects of drugs, but these drugs are tiny objects. They are molecules, and they won't work unless they find their way to your synaptic cleft and find waiting for them there what are called drug receptors. Think of them as little outlet holes into which the drug can plug itself. And how many of these little receptors you have is part of your genetic inheritance. And so some people have a lot, and some people have a little, and some people have some for some, and some have some for others. And you have to learn what works for you and what the right tool is. Yeah. Yes, toad is 5-methoxy-DMT. It's an exudate of Bufo alvarius, a large southwestern toad.
So it is DMT?
No, it is not DMT. It's 5-methoxy-DMT, and it doesn't cause the same thing that DMT causes. It causes an intense, void-like emotion that is very dissolving, but it is not accompanied by the kind of visual activity that DMT. The visual activity on DMT is astonishing. I mean, it conveys you into a world more complex than the world we're living in, a world of brilliant colors and faceted surfaces. Yes, but on ayahuasca, unless it's really horrendously strong, you will never reach the kinds of places you reach on a DMT flash. Smoking it. No, there is nothing like that this side of the yawning grave, I hope. I mean, I don't know. Is everybody cognizant of what that's like, about how fast the world can be rearranged and how totally replaced it can be by something that you not only hadn't imagined until 30 seconds before that, you couldn't imagine. And now here it is. And you just gaze, you gape in slack-jawed disbelief at what has happened to reality. Oh no, it doesn't induce, somebody asked, you know, is it dangerous? The danger with DMT is death by astonishment. This is an entirely possible outcome of your involvement with it, especially if you're intelligent. I think the more intelligent you are, the more at risk you are for death by astonishment, because you just say, you know, good grief. But I see that it's 6:04 and time to knock off. We'll do the time wave tonight. It's a kind of indulgence of me because it's the only original idea I've ever had. So you're forewarned if you have something better to do. The hardcore will assemble here at 8. And will there be a technician to boot the disc? Or is there somebody here who's DOS? Cool. Good. Okay. Well, I'm pro-virtual reality just in the sense that I don't think it should be made illegal and stamped out. I think it should be a legitimate area of research. I certainly don't think most people should plan on decamping to virtual reality land for the rest of much of their lives. That wouldn't be a good idea. I see it primarily as a tool for studying language and communication. You never know where a technology is going to lead. When Edison invented the phonograph record, his sincere belief was that its major application would be in the making of wills. Because you would have an incontrovertible record of the person's voice speaking, and so it wouldn't be legally contestable in court. Well, I don't know if anybody has ever made a will on a phonograph record, you know. It clearly had an entirely different use and application. So here we've arrived at Sunday morning. This is basically loose ends, complaints, resolution, that whole bit. So let's work our way into it, and then if need be, I'll harangue. So anybody have anything they want to, yeah. I like understanding. I think, you know, Whitehead said that understanding is the apperception of pattern as such. That's all, as such. And so you can look at any situation and see different patterns. I mean, like in this room, if we were sociologists, we could analyze where the women are and where the men are. And that would be a pattern, and we could talk about that. Then we could switch our field of interest and talk about where the men and women over 40 are and the men and women under 40, an entirely different pattern. Where the people wearing socks are and the barefoot people. And you realize that in any assemblage of objects, there's an infinite number of patterns of connection. And the more of them you see, the more you have this feeling which we call understanding. and it's a feeling of having assimilated the object to yourself, and the great mysterious assemblage, the mother of all weird assemblages is history. You know, the peregrinations of our species through time, and the detritus of that journey. I have a friend in London who's a rare book dealer, and when I'm in London, I'm usually able to contrive a situation where he has to have some errand out. And so then I'm left alone for hours with the books inside these multiple concentric circles of security, and I can open up all the cases and pour through this stuff, and it's astonishing. I mean, the cul-de-sacs into which the human mind has wandered, you know, phlogiston theory, the Chaldean oracles, the Wunderkammer, the hollow earth thing, and then all this literature of exploration. I mean, the stratigraphy of the human experience is maps and machines and diaries and blueprints, and out of all this, if there can be a pattern, then there's a kind of an epiphany, a kind of a sense of order, of aha, it does make sense. It isn't simply a chaos. Well, that's a Hindu notion of this same thing, essentially. This Platonic superdimension where all and everything is suspended and in place. If you ever want to have a very bizarre sub-psychedelic experience when you're in Oxford, go to the Pitt Rivers Museum. Everybody goes to the Ashmolean, and of course you should, to see the cellos and all that. But on the kinkier side, the Pitt Rivers Museum. Pitt Rivers was an early ethnographer in England, and into one of those Victorian cast metal and glass-ceilinged buildings, he gathered hundreds of millions of objects classified by category. So, you know, there are like 50,000 needles from all over the world in drawers, 10,000 pairs of pliers from all over the world, from all times and places, and on, and they're in drawers which you can open, and the stuff is stacked up 20 feet high, and you realize that it's a concentration of manas, it's a concrescence. There's one section where there are over 200 drawers labeled magical amulets, and you open these drawers and look, magical amulets, southern Iraq, magical amulets, Syria, and on. Very bizarre. That to me is, searching for pattern through the detritus of human history, because I really think that we are caught up in a relationship with something very, very mysterious. I don't like religious vocabularies, but an epiphany is taking place. Consciousness is really important, and it is using the stuff of biology to create some kind of new order in nature. And technology, I'm convinced, has something to do with it. That, you know, machines are more than they appear to be, and the machine as we have known it is to modern technology. It is to a possible technology what the chipped flint is to the technology that we possess today. In the concept of a machine, which is downloading of a function into matter, is a concept of immense profundity. Life may be able to extend its career by orders of magnitude through this means. And life is now seen to be, I think, clearly central in the evolution and the career of the universe. Most stars gutter out of existence after 500, 600 million years. That's the average lifetime of a star. We happen to be on a planet around an extraordinarily slow-burning and smooth-burning star that has lasted a long time. But life on this planet has been here for at least 2 billion years. That's 3 times the life of the average star. Biology is persistent. Biology is a major player. And biology is not entropic. You know, a star, no matter how smooth burning and self-sustaining, is on a downward energy curve toward heat, death, and extinction. Biology, on the other hand, it pumps itself to higher and higher levels of complexity, faster and faster. And it uses the dying stars as stepping stones from one to another. The way, you know, for instance, in the Hawaiian Islands, there's 30 million years of evolution visible, but no island out there has been above water more than 6 million years. The islands keep slipping beneath the sea and rising at the western edge of the complex, and the life keeps stepping from island to island and perpetuating itself. Hans Moravec has done calculations of the kinds of computational simulations that could be carried out if you had a computer where every atom was a switch and the computer was the size of the solar system. With a computer of that size, you could resurrect every DNA sequence that has ever existed on this planet. And he feels that you would feel a moral obligation so to do, and that the resurrection of the dead would become a social project pursued with government funding. Yeah. Well, I don't think Rupert would agree that biology is entropic. The way biology works is by being what's called an open system far from equilibrium. You see, a closed system, like a star or a fire, will always drift toward equilibrium, which is entropic. But the miracle of biology is that by taking in matter, by being an open system and allowing matter to come into the system and then breaking down that matter and extracting energy from it, the biological organism achieves the miracle of evading equilibrium. It hovers off the main curve of equilibrium. So people who talk about the third... What? Well, this is debatable at the highest level. There's a problem there because for some weird reason, the identifiable amount of matter in the universe falls so close to the cusp of either it is open or it's closed that they can't tell. And why this is probably means there's something wrong with the theory. You know, Bridgman said a coincidence is what you have left over when you apply a bad theory. I want to go back for a moment to this question of the open system far from equilibrium. The second law of thermodynamics, which was thought to be inviolate, states that all systems run down into entropy. But in practical terms, given the facts I just stated about how life is 3 times as persistent than the average star, and that if you view life on this planet as a single unified system of genes, then we have to say that there has been a dissipative structure, far from equilibrium. For 2 billion years, it's been able to maintain itself well off the entropic curve. So I think the second law of thermodynamics looks much more provisional from that light. Well, but see, it's been the third law that has been the downer. I mean, the second law. because it seems to dictate some existential terminus to everything. But see, that's when you view the universe as matter. Here's another thing you have to lay over this. That all comes out of a materialistic view of the universe. If you view the universe as information, the picture becomes much more complicated. We don't really understand what this process is of symbolic signification, of arbitrary assignment of significant association. And it's not simply something done in human language. The codons of the DNA that code, the 3 nucleotide codons that code for amino acids that build proteins are arbitrarily assigned at the molecular level. There is no inherent logic that says that guanine, 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 that codon should code for what it does. It's entirely arbitrary, and yet out of that leap to arbitrary signification comes life itself. So we shouldn't assume, and it's a natural tendency to fall back into it, that we know what we're talking about. You know, that our intellectual journey through time has taken us to the level where we can actually glimpse what the basic ordering principle is. It may lie in language, not matter, yeah.
I keep waiting for you to get to the political implications of all this.
Oh, well, I think I passed through it lightly, but let me take another stab at it. If my picture of things is correct, or even close, then the future is going to become considerably more dramatic from the middle 90s on. What we have directly in front of us is sort of the long golden garden party afternoon before the news arrives. And as the world gets more and more peculiar and improbable, and given the kind of things going on out at Jupiter that I talked about, this seems to be arriving on schedule, all this chaotic activity. There's going to be various political stances arise in relation to all of this stuff. For instance, one faction will say that nothing at all is wrong. This is, I think, what we see going on now, that there's a kind of collusion by governments and institutions to manage apocalyptic awareness and to say, well, you don't need to worry about the fact that ozone is disappearing from the atmosphere because by 2000 we will have a 7% reduction in output of CFCs, and by 2050 we're planning a further 7%. And you say, no, these are crazy people, obviously. You know, there's a lot of arranging the deck chairs on the Titanic going on. But I think eventually that fluctuations, as the fluctuations become more violent, they will burst through, and political dialogues will start on various fronts. It's hard to say where it will come. For instance, you know, historians of the breakup of the Soviet Union can reasonably argue that what actually the hole in the dike there was the Chernobyl explosion, and that actually set off a series of thoughts of awareness. People's minds changed. It was like a psychedelic drug, this radiation spreading through Soviet society, because they realized, my God, you know, this was a power plant. It was at ground level. It wasn't even a designed explosion. And 8 days after it happened, above Auckland, New Zealand, you could sample the radiation in the air. So there was a whole crisis of faith in the command economy, in everything. And this could happen, this will happen. The one thing you can be sure of is that the 90s will be shaped by the unexpected. Could be anything. A hot day in August in Mexico City and 1 million people die when finally all of these toxic levels come together as they potentially could. Or it could be a nuclear failure, or it could be an assassination, or it could be the outbreak of a synthetic disease, or anything, you know. And what this will bring home to people is that the metastable nature of society is beginning to break down, that the shock waves of the future are building up. And what you know, in engineering an airfoil, engineers have to take account of what is called Q forces, vibration. If you don't design the airfoil correctly, as you approach the speed of sound, the wings of the airplane will be torn off. And so you have to redesign the airplane to move through this barrier. What we have to do is redesign the cultural airfoil so that we slip, what? What, you mean that it shouldn't support wrecking the third world? Pardon? No, see, I think that that kind of thing is like talking about closing air bases near Sacramento and whether Western civilization can survive the shock of this loss of jobs. We're turning into an information society, and managers are trying to meet the crisis. But if my faith rested with human managers, I'd be frantic. The main thing is that the design process is being imposed by nature itself, just in the way that a supersonic aircraft has its design imposed by nature itself. The nature of the medium is dictating the shape of the society that is coming into being. The main thing is to try to make this through with as little bloodshed and hysteria as possible. And it's a very hard call. I mean, looking at something like Bosnia, you know, the impulse to use F-18s to correct the problem is very great. And yet, you know, in the past, this has not brought joy and thanksgiving where it was used. And also the hubris of thinking that your job is to separate these people. On the other hand, we can't have people running around trading nuclear weapons in the red light district of Frankfurt, and which is going on. This is actually going on. There is a great potential for chaos on the Eurasian landmass right now. How should that be managed? And, you know, a lot of people have nuclear weapons who have no business having nuclear weapons. I think we need to disarm from the top. That's a political agenda. And one thing that has to be understood is that what is going on is a process of fragmentation. And that is what is supposed to happen at this cultural stage. I think McLuhan talked about what he called electronic feudalism. Wherever fragmentation is resisted, violence and war and horror will break out. For instance, you know, 5 years ago there was great anticipation of a federal Europe. That ran against the current of dissolution. And now we see there won't be any federal Europe. I mean, there'll be something on paper in Brussels to keep the diplomats shuttling back and forth. And there'll be no unified psychology. They're going tribal. The great political force shaping the 90s on one level is ethnicity and turf battles. As these huge ideologies withdraw their imperium, all these local satrapies and warlords begin to exercise their historical claims. Islam is set to make enormous gains. This has to be accepted in the West. It shouldn't be resisted. The historical momentum is too great, and you know, it's 700 million people, and it represents the only reservoir of tradition of significance left on the planet. in terms of a political agenda, I mean, it's pretty clear. The psychedelic thing speaks to freedom. And so you can shine that on a number of issues. Women's rights, abortion, legalization of drugs, but not absolute libertarian anarchy, because I don't think we want to get rid of the Food and Drug Administration. We may want to execute the top echelon and replace it, but the concept of, I mean, I've lived in a country without a pure drug act, and it's a nightmare. In India, you can't buy pepper without being afraid that it's been contaminated with lead flakes to make it weigh more when you buy it in the market. Well, but we've all had, none of us ever had a psychedelic experience in a safe environment. I mean, we come out of the nightmare ages. I took psychedelic drugs under the aegis of Richard Milhous Nixon. I mean, I've stared archetypal danger in the face. I took psychedelics under Indira Gandhi. That was... Well, see, here's the bottom line on this. It's exactly, and I've said this ad nauseum, but I can't think of another metaphor for it. It's exactly like a birth. And so what you have when you have a birth is it's going to happen. And then the only option you have is, is it going to happen smoothly and with skillful pain management and quickly brought to a conclusion, or is it just going to be an opera of agony and hysteria and pleading and so forth and so on? And the way to ease the historical crisis is by spreading awareness. And you're right, the psychedelic is the primary catalyst, and then what follows along is this vocabulary of relax, for crying out loud. And if hearing the word relax is enough, then so be it. If you have to have the time wave and, all this mathematics to prove to yourself that you should relax, then that's fine too. But the bottom line is that we're in the roller coaster. The little pipe has now been dropped into your lap. Please do not stand up. Scream if you want. Hang on, and we'll come through it. But we have to reassure people, and the way you reassure people is by getting them to transcend the systems which are spreading the anxiety. I mean, if you're a fascist, if you're a capitalist, if you have some vested interest in the system, then you're going to be sweating blood. And you have to divest yourself of a commitment to the system, because it's in a process of transformation. Everything, dig what the fact, here's this hard psychedelic truth, actually. You want to boil it down to the bottom line. This is the one thing I've learned, maybe, from psychedelics, which is, and this is the message of the time wave, and this is the message of your life and my life, it's that nothing lasts. Heraclitus said it, pantit rea, all flows. Nothing lasts. Not your enemies, not your fortune, not who you sleep with at night, not the books, not the house in Saint-Tropez, not even the children. Nothing lasts. And to the degree that you avert your gaze from this truth, you build the potential for pain into your life. And everything is this act of embracing the present moment, the felt presence of experience, and then moving on to the next felt moment of experience. It's literally psychological nomadism is what it is, and that's what we evolved to do, and that's what we're happiest doing. But we've fallen into this object fetishism, sedentary, agriculture-based style, and then we're frustrated. So a recovering of this ability to surrender and release. And it's very hard for me, and it's very hard for anybody who has an ego, and it's why the psychedelic experience is so challenging. The Maya established their own civilization in a not very interesting part of their own calendar. Not at the beginning, but sort of 2/3 of the way through. So it looks as though they counted forward to an end date rather than just had an establishment date. And how they were able to count forward that many thousands of years to a solstice without losing any time or being off even by a day is hard to figure. I made a sort of interesting discovery just a few weeks ago with a program called Voyager. I don't think we discussed this, did we? There's a program called Voyager which lets you view anywhere in the solar system from 10,000 years in the past to 10,000 years in the future. So I typed in the longitude and latitude of La Chorrera, December 21st, 2012 AD. I knew that the solstice, the exact moment of the solstice is 11:18 a.m. Greenwich. So I knew then that was 6:18 a.m. local time at La Chorrera. I put in all these coordinates and saw that the sun, if you turn and look east along the equator, the sun has risen just about 12 minutes before. And I went up to the menu and chose the ecliptic, and it slashed down through it as it would, because the sun defines the ecliptic. The ecliptic is the path the sun follows. But then I went up and chose define the galactic ecliptic, and it drew a line which made crosshairs that exactly caught the sun in the crosshairs. Now, this is very interesting. Those of you who aren't astrologers or astronomers, let me explain what's going on. This is what's called a heliacal rising. And what is happening is that the galactic center, which is where the plane of the ecliptic and the plane of the galactic ecliptic cross each other at 28 degrees Sagittarius on the cusp of Capricorn. There, that point, the galactic center, is rising at the exact moment of the rising of the sun. That's called a heliacal rising. And this heliacal rising is, in this case, occurring on the winter solstice. And so then you ask yourself, as you do with any such astrological configuration, how often does this occur? Using Newtonian mechanics, where you simply propagate Newtonian laws backward through time infinitely, the answer is it happens once every 26,000 years, because it's a phenomenon that depends on the equinoctial great year of precession. You all know that this happens? Okay. Now, if you use modern mathematics to calculate how often this happens, where you put in the chaotic factor into these orbits, you discover that this doesn't happen once every 26,000 years. It happens once only in all eternity, because in orbital calculation back beyond about 20,000 years, uncertainty accumulates in these calculations, and they are not reliable. The solar system itself is chaotic. I think someone is processing, as they say around here. No, wait, let me see if I want to say, I know. So, just the last thing on that, if any of you are interested in that, and it's an area that I'm interested in because I don't quite understand what all this means, but there's a book called Hamlet's Mill, which deals with this old myth of galactic, worldwide myths of the galaxy in the Paleolithic era. And there's a lot about this notion in many cultures that there are these gates, conceptually gates, which need to all align themselves. And then there's some kind of straight shot
And you felt they made that Mayan calendar out of that lineup so accurately?
Well, they end their calendar on this particular solstice. Oh, I know what I wanted to say about this, because I don't want it to leave it. It's a real question, because the galactic center as a concept was not defined for Western science until the early 1960s. So how could the Maya have locked in on a concept so abstruse as it means you would have to know there is a galaxy and so forth and so on. The only explanation I can come up with for that, which maybe shows my ability to explain everything by one hypothesis, is that perhaps there is a drug which allows you to see at the far infrared end of the spectrum, so that instead of hypothesizing that the Maya had a super advanced mathematics and a radio telescope and all this fancy equipment, maybe it was simply that they had a drug that when you look at the night sky in the direction of Sagittarius, there's an enormous pulsing thing in the sky, which you then could, because you can see it in this drugged state, calculate when it would be eclipsed by certain bodies. Seems to me a more economical, because it's a real thing to explain how they could have known this. And then the question, what does it mean? You know, there are in many cultures, the Norse culture and the Hindu and so forth, this idea that the world exists for a finite time, and then the stars return to like an original setting, and it's sort of like an alarm clock. After it has gone through one complete cycle and it returns to the original setting, then the world disappears or is destroyed, or the gods come, or anyway, it points the end of a cosmic cycle. And I find it, this whole thing is, you haven't known me my whole life, so it's hard for you to deconstruct it. But this is not my style of thinking. I mean, I'm repelled by the particularity and the messianism and the counter-logical nature of it. And yet, attempting to objectively describe the content of the psychedelic experience and the map of the human mind that it makes visible, this is the message that I get. It's as general or as specific as you want. I mean, it's as general as everything is going to change soon, and it's as specific as, you know, these computer programs that show you not only the exact moment when it's going to change, but the exact numerical valuation of every moment in the entire history of the cosmos back a trillion years preceding it. So it's as though in the plants, or in nature, or in the human mind, depending just on where your depth of focus is this pattern, which is, you know, can be as generally stated as I said, everything is in the process of transforming, or as specifically stated as a mathematical formalism. And we've lost it. History has been the pursuit of a false god, the god of stability, the god of permanence, the god of the unchanging. And we've become just neurotic on this subject. Yeah.
You mentioned last night, one of the big things is we sort of understand the whole process of our thinking process is off. It's like wrong. And then this morning, how you have nothing last. That's a basic truth, but we all cling to building visions or projects and ideas that we can cling to and hold on to. We try to make reality more structured and solid. And what's happening all around us is it's like falling down in a way. Like the structured society you're saying in the next, I think 1996, will start crumbling. It is crumbling now, but all that solidness everyone's built is...
security.
Right, security in a way is, and all you realize is nothing does last. It's sort of just you're experiencing life.
Well, it's in a sense, the bottom line of this, from a feeling and a heart place, is that what's being said here is reclaim experience. Do not dwell in the mistakes of the past. Do not lose yourself in the castles of the future. And do not give your authenticity away to experts, gurus, government commissions, bosses, wives, mates. Take back your mind and your body and begin to engage with the fact that you are alive, you are going to die. Nobody knows what being alive is. Nobody knows what dying is. You're involved in a mysterious engagement where every living moment presents you with mystery, opportunity, and wonder. There is no mundane dimension, really. If you have the eyes to see it, it's all transcendental. And every object, a leaf, a bird, a pebble, everything leads back to the basic questions. Everything is the stone. I mean, the stone is present. It's a matter of you being present for the stone. Yeah.
I'm not a great spiritual searcher, but I did a vision quest once, where you traumatize yourself to get into vision. And one of the things that I realized and hit me home was that life is chaos, and in the human mind, even our walls are built to give ourselves a sense of stability, to protect ourselves, that our foundations, we created a sense of this stability that really doesn't exist. It's our need.
Well, the quest for permanence, and by having children, this is a pretty good way to do it, because you've actually got a shot at 1 billion years with a lot of luck. But building houses on the slopes of Hawaiian volcanoes is probably not something. Yeah.
I mean, it's a whole different dimension. It's not, that's how you imagine it.
Well, yes, I've imagined it many different ways, and according to how recently I've been loaded, I take different positions. People are pushing me, I think because they don't want me to disgrace myself, toward a soft version. Something like that we all make nice and clean up the earth. No. It's something, because see, I'm convinced, and I think the time wave argues for this, and like looking at the prediction of the cometary impact on Jupiter next July, how can you argue then that this wave is generated out of human biology or culture? It's not. It's not even generated out of biology if it's predicting a cometary impact on the Jovian surface. Presumably no biology is involved. We're talking about, what we're seeing is the laws of physics themselves beginning to go into some kind of crisis. It's not no blame for human beings. We are the witnesses, and we were somehow called forth by this, but the laws of physics are going into crisis. This is why I urge people to look at Alfred North Whitehead, who was a very scientific and mathematically grounded thinker, and who talked about what he called sudden shifts of epochs. His philosophy made a place for sudden shifts of epochs. And what that means is, the speed of light drops by half over 24 hours, or the charge of the electron is rearranged, because even though, one of the peculiar properties of a fractal universe is almost all the transitions are very smooth, but every once in a while you come around the corner and there's a transition that just sidewinds you because you're crossing over one of these nodes at the highest level of the structure, and then profound things occur. Yeah.
So the shamanic ethos that you talked about in the description of this weekend, Is that what you mean by the commitment to direct experience?
Yeah, the commitment to direct experience, and then the commitment to build a language for this, to build a culture. The suppression of psychedelics has had the unfortunate effect of making it impossible for us to build a linguistically coherent community and have a shared body of experience, because, you can't just say this stuff to everybody. So, to put it in very simple, understandable terms, coming out of the closet on psychedelics should be part of the political agenda. Psychedelics should not be classed with other drugs, and certainly the Schedule 1 category, which seems to be reserved only for very hard narcotics and all psychedelics. That's just a cockamamie categorization, and it's the whole society is phobic of the mind, terrified of the unconscious, terrified of dissolving the ego, very anxious if you dissolve your ego. It's a real issue. It's a taboo. It's very thoroughly a taboo. Yeah.
Does a commitment to direct experience preclude metaphysical perspective for you?
No, but the direct datum for metaphysical speculation should be one's own experience. If you've studied modern philosophy, I think you discovered that it's very clear that all you can rely on is your senses. You can't rely on what anybody tells you. You can't rely on anything that the real laboratory bench for philosophy is you looking at your mind and examining it and trying to make judgments about it, reclaiming experience. And the political consequences of reclaiming experience are that far more than we realize, we're embedded in a hierarchy of declension where information is distributed over McNeil Lehrer and Time Magazine and CNN, and we, the serfs down in the valleys, are the grateful recipients of the news. And now, for all you jerks out there, the news. And so we don't believe anything of our own experience. We wait to be told, that a White House commission or a blue ribbon group. Yeah, well, I think of history as this prison. I mean, I would go with Stefan Dedalus, who said history is the nightmare from which I'm trying to awaken. That's the consequence of bad metaphysics.
We call it a misunderstanding, and I'm saying that you have to deal with, in this sense, it is all about metaphysics.
Well, but that works. I mean, if you think of it as a misunderstanding, then the dissolving of the prison of Gnostic confinement was an act of contact with the higher hidden order of things behind appearances. I mean, that was the Gnostic epiphany. And I would say if history is the prison, then the psychedelic experience is the epiphany of dissolution that frees, and then you see eternity. You see the Platonic, time as the moving image of eternity. The mystery is revealed. That's this whole thing about how a shaman is somebody who has seen the end. That's all. And that's what confers this wisdom, is having seen the end. It's kind of ultimate experience. And then you take your place. You go back to your group and take your place and perform your function. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you've had experiences of talking with other shamanic teachers who also talk about this. I know Henry Tyler, who is a Arapaho medicine man and has that 2,000-year-old shamanic tradition. He says that there's a time coming. He doesn't say 2012, but he says soon, like in the next decade or so, when life will not be as we know it at all. We won't eat the same food at all. So I've heard that from him, and I'm wondering if you've heard it.
There are about I made a list of them once. There are about 5 or 6 different sources of this 2012 thing. There are some Hasids in Israel who have decided that July 2012 something is going to happen. The Mayan calendar, my thing, something else, some of these Indian prophecies. Of course, you see, my theory would explain this, because what's happening, it would say, is that as we get closer and closer to the transcendental object, it gives off what I call scintilla. They're like sparks or little reflections that ricochet backward through time. And so you take a psychedelic or you have a dream, and then you say, you know, I had this dream and there were flying saucers and it was the end of the world and they were taking millions of people off the planet while there was some kind of an adjustment. Well, I would call that a typical transcendental object anticipation dream, where your dream is not true. That isn't how it's going to happen. The human mind cannot encompass how it's going to happen. But that's a little fable about how it's going to happen. You know, some of you may know Arthur C. Clarke's wonderful book, Childhood's End. If you've never read this, it's wonderful. And it's about the end of the world. It's a believable scenario for how it could in fact be transformed, and it's just spine-chilling. It's wonderful. Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke. And yet I think it too is simply a fable. The real thing will be beyond your wildest imaginings, literally. I mean, it's messianic return, it's flying saucer invasion, it's Gaian revelation, it's all that and more and more and more, because eventually, you know, the machinery of anticipation fails, and you just say, you know, it's more than we bargained for, it's the jackpot. Yes, you wanted to say something.
I'm interested in your thoughts on psychedelic drugs and levels of maturity. In children, for example, there must be, in your knowledge, are there cultures where at a particular age, not 3, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 15, when are humans who are allowed to be exposed to these chemicals and assumably cognitively indoctrinated?
Well, among the Aguaruna Jivaro in Ecuador, they put ayahuasca on the mother's nipples the 3rd day after birth. So they quickly establish at least a chemical recognition, you know, in the immune system. You know, it's an important question. What do you tell your kids about drugs? And I thrashed around about this. I have 2 kids, a 15-year-old boy and a 12-year-old girl, and this question comes up in the family and at these groups a lot. I think all you can do is you have to tell the truth. You have to just lay it out and educate them. It's, you know, the one place where you can actually function as a parent, because the schools are lying. And you just say, you know, this is part of life. You're going to have to make choices. There are dozens of drugs. They are associated with different lifestyles, risk levels, sensations, kinds of people. And the main thing I think to avoid is hypocrisy. I mean, I think it's really weird, people who say, oh, we can't smoke dope, told the children to go to bed. You know, I mean, this is weird. I mean, first of all, the children know, and what they know is that you're conflicted and giving off different signals about it. And, you know, if there are drugs you do that you wouldn't want your children to see you doing, you shouldn't be doing those drugs. That's a perfect litmus test, you know. When do they get to?
Age 12.
Well, what drug are we talking about?
Alcohol.
Well, Well, the first thing to recognize is that it's not up to you. That if you wait too long, then they'll just present you with fait accompli. So if you say, I think it would really be good if you'd wait till you're 15 to do you say, you're right, okay, and then you find out that it was done. Sometime between 13 and 16, they're going to sort it out. It's right up there with sex. And the thing to do, I think, is to really say, this is a very adult business, and you can get into trouble of all different kinds, and here's the kinds of trouble you can get into. I mean, my son is surrounded by cautionary tales, and, try to warn him that the great age of hashish smuggling lies in the 14th century and shouldn't be duplicated. Oh, I'd say we're pretty tight. We're pretty tight. We live together as sort of bachelor roommates and try to not get into conflicts over women. But we like the same kind of music, and, it's done me no harm with my son to get into this rave club, staying up all night, London, New York, Frankfurt scene, because he just loves that. And it amazes me. When I was a kid, I was socially terrified, and I remember I used to never go to the canteen dances because I knew there were these enormous guys who would just stomp me. I used to lurk in the park across the street and watch them going to and from the canteen because I couldn't socially show my face. So it's a late flowering adolescence that is perfectly in synchrony with my son.
Do you believe that theory that some people in the 60s will tell you that because they were heads, that their children have more of a chance to be heads, or do you think it's all a social thing?
Well, to me, that's this issue. This is a real hard issue, I think, for parents, and to some degree deeper even and harder than the drug issue. And that is, I think I can speak for most people here and say, we are alienated intellectuals of some sort. And alienation is ipso facto not such a cool thing to be. It means that you're, constantly aware of the failings and the betrayals and it's alienation. And we're alienated intellectuals. Well, so then you have kids and you see, well, there seem to be only two paths open. They can become nitwits, or they can become alienated intellectuals. And which do you want for your children? Do you want them to be perfectly satisfied with a house on the cliffs and 2 cars in the garage and their position at the advertising agency? Or do you want them to be like you, haunted and always in conflict and never able to come to terms with what? That's a big problem.
I want to come clean and say I have a 15-year-old daughter who hears all this stuff about it, and I've had to come to terms with that, and it's like, I've said this to her, and probably alienated. You want to be, when she's totally uninformed, do you want to be another stupid American, or do you want to be alienated like your father?
And she says, I'll take stupid. Well, my daughter is very, not conservative exactly, but she looks upon me differently than Finn does, I think, although she's only 12. We'll see what it does to her to go through all that. But that's a real problem. I don't regret my alienation. It's hard for people sometimes to understand where I'm coming from. Like, a lot of people will go through a weekend like this, and one of the rare resistances as I get is people say, your vision is so dark, which is completely puzzling to me because it's the most optimistic vision conceivable. not only by me, but by anybody. I mean, I say that heaven is 18 years away, and they accuse me of pessimism. So what that tells me is that the word transformation is so threatening to some people that no matter, change, that no matter how much you talk about how great it's going to be, all they come away with is, oh boy, big change.
It's the way you sort of describe certain analogies. I mean, you're talking about some guys falling through for eternity. That sounds like shit, but that's going to hurt.
No, it's the Silver Surfer.
That's what I wanted. I mean, when this happens, we get to go to the. You want to prison? In this eternal one, fall.
Well, this is the question that gets down to in all Catholic catechism classes. Sister, will there be sex in heaven? Yes.
Well, I think the end is going to be an individual thing, whether it's 2012 or, say, the end of Pompeii. For everybody for whom it was the end in Pompeii, for some it may have been ecstatic, and for others it may have been terrible. You'll all face it individually. You can't predict.
The bygones.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is that it's the accumulation of fate. It's really your what you did before that ultimate moment.
It's whether it's the end in the way that 2012 will come about, or the way it came about in Pompeii, or any other ending. It's all going to be individually, and it depends on what your situation is at the moment. Because there'll be a grand moment. You know, you may have a beautiful high. Somebody else may be in the depths of depression, that sort of thing.
Well, so what you're saying is it will come like a thief in the night.
Right, exactly.
Unannounced. This is what Christ told Nicodemus. He said, I will come like a thief in the night. No man will know the moment of my coming. Blake talks about this. He says, though Satan's watch fiends shall search through all eternity for the moment, they will never find the moment. Apparently the moment is a very big deal. That's why it's interesting that this all devolves down to a moment. If you're interested in this kind of thing and want to keep your psychological wits about you, read When Prophecy Failed. It's a wonderful book about a flying saucer cult that comes to expect the end of the world and has been infiltrated by 2 Stanford sociologists who then observe what it is like for this very, very devoted, cultish group of people to be disappointed, to have an extraordinary disconfirmation of their theology and what they do about that and how they react to it.
2012, December 23rd or something.
Well, people ask me, what will you do if nothing happens? I am not a believer. I want to keep this tar baby definitely at arm's length. I think it's very interesting that I have this idea, very interesting that the wave conforms to history, it's all weird, I grant you. It's like being trapped inside a science fiction novel. But I could go through December 21st, 2012, have absolutely nothing happen and say, well, that blows it off. Let's go have some coffee. And my 65th birthday will occur 30 days in front of the date, so I will just gracefully retire. I think that would be the decent thing to do at that moment. Just say, it's been nice. Surely you didn't take it serious. Yeah.
One thing that's really impressed this weekend has been your kind of encyclopedic knowledge. And one of the things I'd like to ask you is, what do you read to get the news?
Oh, what do I read to get the news?
What do you read? How do you get all this information?
Well, for instance, the best thing to read to keep abreast of science is science news. It's totally unpretentious. It's nuts to subscribe to Nature or Science. They cost $100 a year and you cannot understand a word of it. And so you read Science News, which comes out once a week and tells you things months in front of everybody else. I subscribe to Archaeology Magazine, Astronomy Magazine, On Our Backs, just to keep in touch with the lesbian erotic literature front. Very important. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And let me see, what else? I've for 20 years been a member of the Society for the Study of Alchemy and the History of Chemistry, so I get ambics. I don't know, a lot of information flows through my scene. People send me stuff. There's a very lively underground press, you know, Psychedelic Illuminations, Reactor out of Chicago, Talking Raven out of Seattle, a very lively English press, music press, and psychedelic press. There's a very, you know, you shouldn't read mainstream media particularly because there's a much more interesting strata of information under the surface. Yeah.
This question of practicality, how reliable or unreliable is street psychedelics?
As reliable or unreliable as the street chemist who made them. That's the problem, you know, when you're confronted with an off-color powder, all bets are off. Because the motivation for making this powder in 99 times out of 10 was to make money, and corners can be cut. That's why if you really want to liberate yourself from the illegal and toxic cycle of drug production, you should grow mushrooms. My brother and I wrote a book called Psilocybin Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide. If you want to get into alchemy, this is real alchemy. The formula is rye to mold, mold to gold. You can take a 25-pound sack of rye, which costs $19.99, and you can turn it into $22,000 worth of mushrooms. Not that you would want to do that, of course. You would want to turn it into an enormous number of mushrooms, which you would give to everybody in your apartment building and neighborhood. But it was one of the most satisfying things about my career. It doesn't happen that much anymore because that book is long in the past. But when I first started public speaking, people would come up to me and say, "We just want to thank you for writing the mushroom book. You kept a family of 6 off welfare for 8 years." And, you know, so growing the mushroom is a wonderful, satisfying thing. I mean, the mushroom is an incredible workhorse organism. I mean, it will take dry weight of rye and transform it into dry weight of mushroom at 12% efficiency. That's just amazing. And, you know, it's short supply in these days, like cleanliness, punctuality, attention to detail, responsibility, sensitivity to small shifts of parameters. It teaches you, it literally teaches you to be the kind of person that it wants to take the mushroom. And
it's out of print, it can't be found?
No, it isn't out of print. It can be found. It can be ordered from a place in San Francisco called Quick Trade, and they'll even take a credit card number. So Quick Trade has it. Yeah, some very hip bookstores keep it. San Francisco, yeah. The Invisible Landscape, which has been very hard to get for 10 years or so, will be reprinted next year from Harper on the 15th of April with considerable new material and revision. When that's done, when True Hallucinations, Invisible Landscape, Archaic Revival, the Time Wave software in the Mac and MS-DOS version, when all that's out there, that's essentially the bit. And I may be considerably less in evidence, because I don't see myself as it is. I've given every one of these raps 60 times, and Paul has archived it. And I would like to go off to some jungle or island somewhere and get back into stretching the envelope with these plants and substances.
I was wondering if you could just come back from somewhere, if you could give us a sense of what's going on in Europe with this, so we can compare notes.
Well, what's going on in Europe is that this very large, intelligent, postmodern youth culture is sustaining itself and growing. And it has more than the dimensions of a fad. The house music scene has been around since '88, and it's growing still and innovating still. And it's a very tribal, positive message, and it's very critical of establishmentarian values. It started out as an MDMA-based club thing, and it's turned much deeper, much more towards psychedelics. I've given talks like this in Megatripolis, which is a London nightclub in Charing Cross. We turned out 300 people. I talked from 10 to midnight, and then we danced till 4:30. And this kind of thing, Sasha and Anne Shulgin took London by storm. There's really a fertilization going on. There's a similar scene in Berlin, a similar scene in Frankfurt, and I think common cause can be made. The Europeans have a different attitude toward all this drug problem. They see it as a social problem to somehow be studied and solved, not that you have embraced Satanism if you smoke a joint, which seems to be the American attitude. And eventually, European attitudes will just shame us into changing our... Pardon me? No, there is not a drug hysteria there. You can, in a very good Berlin restaurant after dinner, make a spliff and pass it around, and the waiters bring you a silver ashtray as they're clearing the table.
I thought that the legal punishment for illicit drugs like that were a lot more intense than they are here.
No, I mean, the Swiss are talking about giving heroin to 700 addicts, and they just concluded this free needle thing. They're open to experiment, both social experiments with large numbers of drug users and clinical medical work is being done there, being done in Switzerland. Hans-Karl Leuner is doing work. Yeah.
They have one they've been doing in Amsterdam where they take about 200 people. Some are inmates, some are college students, some are working class people, some are hippies, various groups of people, and they give them all ecstasy, and somebody will talk and sort of work the whole program or the whole communication into a oneness where everyone experiences that together, and they say profound things happen in the psyches of all those people.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening. The hemp movement is very strong in Germany and getting stronger in England. So, but you know, I believe that the boundary dissolving quality of these psychedelics makes them social dynamite, and that the policymakers figured this out long ago, and that this is not a simple, straightforward issue like it's trying to be presented, that they just can't allow these drugs to be legal. They will shift social values too much. They know that alcohol, tobacco, and sugar are much more detrimental than, let's say, mescaline, psilocybin, and cannabis. But this is not an argument about detriment. This is an argument about what social values shall be affirmed and what's suppressed. And alcohol keeps dominance in place, a very rote-like, machine-like, assembly line society can be maintained based on alcohol, red meat, tobacco, caffeine. They don't want people philosophizing and kicking back and getting in touch with their feelings about the system. So I predict that at the very best there will be a kind of permissiveness but no legal revolution is in sight, I think, unless it comes through the hemp argument, simply that we can't afford to let the tax revenue go by and the resource base that hemp would represent, so we have to change our attitudes on this. We didn't talk too much about women this time. Sometimes we talk a lot about all that. The major difference between historical society and this archaic thing that I'm so enthusiastic for, I think, was the position of women. That women were, that nature is imaged as feminine, and that in the partnership society there was role-appropriate behavior. Obviously, women represent the unconscious and the untamed and the wild side of things, and that's why the control of women is so high up on the agenda of everybody who's trying to hold the line on what's happening. The more rapidly that women can find their place, the better it's going to be. Then the question is, what is their place? I think feminism, understandably, but nevertheless, did itself no good by deciding that what liberation meant was that 50% of the country's CEOs should be women. I mean, it meant nobody examined the system into which all these people were going to be liberated and noticed that it was a horrible, repressive system itself deserving of radical reformation. So, but I think the agenda of women seems to be now being re-examined and thought about. I'm amazed at how powerful misogyny is and how politically incorrect the 90s are from the vantage point of, say, the mid-70s. I mean, like in media, women have clearly lost ground. The bimbo is back big. How this is to be addressed, I don't know. I think it's all related to, you know, well, here this opens up a big issue, but let me just mention it. Esalen is one of the places which promoted the idea that you can heal various conditions through visualization and imaging, you know? But one of the consequences of that has never really been dealt with anywhere is if there are images that can heal, then there are images that can sicken. There are images that can make ill. And our terror of psychedelics and anxiety over sex have led us to substitute for those legitimate domains of human experience an incredible plethora of images of violence. And I am a very, very strong First Amendment person. I don't think anybody should be restricted in anything. But I'm troubled by the obvious effect of images of violence on society and women. The woman question is right in there. As long as we tolerate an unrestrained outpouring of violent images, we're undercutting any chance women have of moving their agenda forward. And I don't know how you do anything about this. It's a very difficult problem. Plato, you know, well, violence without violence to women is like a circus without lions. Violence is code word for violence against women.
No, violence is no fun without women, is that what you're saying?
It doesn't say particularly. Yeah, and well, the number of images, I mean, see, we try to pretend that we're not being shaped by our technology, but an average evening of TV brings you 350 images of violent death and dismemberment. Well, in a lifetime of hunting people down and hacking their heads off, you wouldn't see that much violence if you were in a media-free world. So what the hell is going on here, you know? It's that somehow we're anxious about sexuality, so no, there can't be any of that. And we're anxious about drugs, that's not even on the agenda. So then the only pizzazz is left in this violence thing, and it's like a drug in that you build up very rapid tolerance, and so then there has to be just more and more of it piled on. And it's amazing to me that this is all done in the service of the ideals of the marketplace. This is all done so people can make lots of money. It's an extraordinary abdication of responsibility on the part of all members of society that we tolerate this kind of iconoclastic behavior. Anyway, that's why I think of television as a drug, and a very insidious drug, a drug you can program. A drug you can buy time on for your message. And yet, millions of people are being warehoused in larval states of mind for years and years out there in the flats, just getting those 60 channels 9 hours a day pouring into the...
No, it's not.
No, it's crap.
No, there are so many levels of programming. You see, what happened is, this is just my take on it, but it was a very traumatic thing for my parents' generation to go through the Depression and then the defeat of Hitler in Europe and all that science fiction stuff about eugenics and what was done to the Jews and all that. And people were just fed up with the 20th century by the time the atom bomb arrived. And what they wanted and what they had been promised by the New Deal Democrats was a paradise. Well, the only way you could deliver paradise in that political context was it had to be an ersatz paradise, a paradise of stucco and TV dinners and tube furniture. And that's what they got. They got an ersatz paradise, and then out of that come the discontent of their children, who see that howdy-doody and a water sprinkler on the front lawn doesn't feel like paradise, And that is what has driven American society deeper and deeper into artificiality, is the need to supply this synthetic manufactured paradise. That's why the cult of the celebrity and the intense media saturation and all of this is diversion, divertisement, substitute for a life. That's why what get a life means is go get stoned, go get laid, go climb a mountain or kayak a river, but somehow take back your own authenticity from the people who are peddling you canned experience with laugh tracks, with caffeine augmentation, and so forth and so on. The real message of psychedelics, I think, is to reclaim experience and to trust yourself. Your perceptions are primary. Your feelings are correct. Everything must constellate out and make sense and parse with what you know. If you don't start from that assumption, then you are off-center to begin with. And the psychedelics will dissolve the cultural programming that has potentially made you a mark and restore your authenticity. And that's what it's all about. Whether the only transformation in life is the personal dying that awaits each of us, or whether there is a grand opening and opportunity just ahead at the end of history. That's all, folks.
Bye.